more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Prove them wrong and change my life, then told the stories through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to tear me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
teams that are trying to elongate their season here in the LCK, but we're in the elimination portion of the playoffs, and one team must go home. Welcome to the space, everyone. It is the 2025 Woori Bank LCK Playoffs. We are in eliminations. B&K FearX versus D plus Kia. Digon alongside Oxen Wadid. And y'all, it's win or go home.
Getting intense between these teams. You know, at this point, the lower bracket is looking scary. And you don't get any second chances to this point.
Anything can happen. Surely. Because Genji lost against KT. And HLE won against T1 with 3-0. Literally everything can happen. And also in BO5, we already recognize that the strategy and preparation is so much important than anything else.
And for the two teams playing today, you know, you have to make this crazy gauntlet run. If you want to make it to the Inspire Arena, if you want to even have a chance of winning at the Grand Finals, competing there, you have to beat T1, you have to beat Genji, but first, you have to beat your opponent today. D+ against BFX, two teams who've gone head-to-head in the Rise group many times.
Many times, and it's been a beautiful thing. Every time that we get to see it, you never know the twists and turns of each story. But before we dive into this matchup, let's take a look at the patch that has come up for playoffs 25-17 and what has been successful for these teams. We were wondering what AD carries would come on up as we got deeper into the draft. Ezreal 6-0, Zeri 4-0, and a surprise Ziggs 4-1 as well.
Yeah, there's some things I wanted to touch on here. I think the Ezreal, we've seen a lot of comps with heavy engage working really well, like the Wukong, things like Annie being very successful, Ezreal able to survive those. Jarvan also not doing much to an Ezreal. I think Zeri's been successful later in drafts when those engage tools go out the window. We see you getting towards the end when all the engage supports are gone. She's very hard to deal with. Rel has just been great in the hands of our support, being able to roam around the map, pairing well with the Zeri as well, giving her that movement speed. And the Ziggs, always one I love to mention. If you can't get on top of the Ziggs, if you can't reach him, if Wukong's gone, even if Jarvan is available, he's great at peeling away from picks like that. And I think if you can't close distance on a Ziggs, he's just unbeatable. He's just outranging you, just dropping bombs on you. If you can't poke, if you can't match his range and you can't close the distance, he's just so hard to beat.
Yeah, we did. For you as well, one of the picks in the mid lane that has risen in priority throughout the world, and especially here in the LCK, Orianna has popped on up.
I mean, in my opinion, right now, Orianna is by far the best champion in mid lane right now because she's reliable and DPM and also playmaker. I feel like there's no other champions that you can actually win against Orianna in lane. After, like, you just need to ban Azir. And I think if you first pick on the blue side, just like HLE did, I think it gives a lot of space for your jungle. Especially, look at what HLE did here. They just first pick Orianna and then counterpick with the Poppy jungle here. And I think they had full control in the mid jungle. And I think this gives a lot of space for the team who really wants to control with the vision control, because Orianna is known as best champion when it comes to zone control. It's really hard to face check against that champion. And I think especially the teams are when they're really good on the zone control, it's really hard to come back after that. So I feel like Orianna is just good champion, especially also like with the jungler, with the Jarvan, Wukong, Nocturne, it's really easy to work with it. So I think Orianna first pick is best option if you want to do something in the blue side in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, 4-4 in terms of picks through play-ins and playoffs, but sneakily has been rising in priority for these playoff teams. And as we talk about the good, we also got to look at the bad. Some of these champs that haven't had the same level of success, a bunch of these kind of like bruiser tanks, and then the Kiana that has popped off everywhere around the world.
Yeah, so some of the common themes between the left four champions here is that lacking damage at times, lacking priority. You know, the Galio Alistair losing out on that early priority can be an issue, especially the Alistair we've seen get bullied out in that way, but you know, Galio into things like the Orianna gets shoved in quite heavily. We've also seen like Galio and Cassante in compositions where teams draft maybe solo or only 2 damage threats, and then when those damage threats gets engaged on and blown up, really end up struggling. So I think it's these picks by themselves can be strong, but sometimes the position in the draft or the picks they've been combined with have allowed them really not to function well.
Yeah, I mean, and about the Trundle, I think he's really strong on 1v1, but the lack of setup and engage is the issue for the Trundle. But the Kiana, It's quite interesting that it's not working in LCK though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working well in the LPL, and we see the players who played it, are very talented junglers. Canyon in particular was known for his Kiana, but I think the big difference, we've seen this pick have a lot of success in the LPL. That's a region very big on skill checking their opponents, and I think we just have seen our Kianas be quite invisible, haven't looked for those opportunities to skill check, to take these all-in opportunities, get ahead, find a window to snowball, and if you're just farming on Kiana, you're not going to scale up in the late game. You're not going to be that valuable. If you're waiting for a 30-minute fight to have your first moment to impact the game with an ult, it's not the pick for you.
Yeah, all right. Well, those are some of the champions to look out for in this best-of-5 between these two teams that know each other very well. It was very D+-sided earlier in the year, but recently, and the most recent matchup, BNK Firax has turned it around as they have been popping off lately. As we take a look at how these two teams have fared in the playoffs, a closer series in terms of score for D+Kia versus T1, a 3-2 loss, and really just very, very close, maybe a mental lapse away from closing out against T1 in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think ultimately this is a situation where they got so close and showed a lot more than we'd expected from them in this matchup. T1 came into this as heavy favorites, but we saw particularly Beryl was having a pretty fantastic series, and I think the mid-jungle combo doing a lot to make this a successful start for D+. And it's a little bit bittersweet because they were so close to closing this one out. It came to that game 5, it came to a critical error, and it was a very winnable series. I know the fans were a bit frustrated because it could have been D+ in a much better position in the playoff bracket.
But at the same time, it was unforced error, which is really easy to fix it, right? So if you are not mental boom after that situation, and I think DK, as you mentioned, I think they showed up such a great performance against T1. I think the series in general were like pretty good, especially I really like their mid game around the Lucid and Showmaker. They finally realized how to use the side lane pressures. Showmaker been struggling for the early of the season, but right now he's back with the laning phase as well. I really like their mid jungle working together for the mid priority.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This is the moment.
Ah, unlucky. Unlucky? Yeah, just say unlucky and just move on, That's just the only thing that you can do.
What do you say about this moment, Woodid?
Man, my smolder died, man. What can I do? Right? Like, I mean, they're not getting mid priority. You're supposed to get the mid priority to like have the Tryndamere in the bot lane, but it's not working out. So
yeah, I mean, you brought up a Showmaker earlier. Shu as well, having a return to form that he had earlier in the season. Speaking of form, picking on up for BNK Firax, who lost their series 3-1 against KT. That game 1 looked amazing, and the form that they've shown has been on the back of Vikla playing well. He's not overplaying anything, and he's been able to enable Diablo and the rest of the squad to make plays.
And I think this game 1 in particular, the way that BNK Firax played around the draft, there was this moment where it was KT trying to punish Vikla, the rest of the team responded well. This was a pretty phenomenal game, and especially now with the hindsight of how KT did against Gen G, this was a very impressive performance, and it didn't obviously carry over to the rest of the series, but the setup around objectives and the way they played the neutral game in particular was something that impressed me, because we always thought of BNK Firax as a very aggressive team, see champion, kill champion. The patience and control they showed here, and there was a lot of windows where they could have overstepped and thrown the game away, and this was such a controlled game throughout. This in particular, this setup with the Weaver's Wall on the Arakan, we've seen so many Riot Scoop teams throw out Arakan, they punish the jungler, and then they move and just, they leave their jungler on the objective and stay in posture for the fight to keep the rest of the team zoned.
Yeah.
It's really good stuff.
I just really like to see them being on the same page all the time, because let's say this situation is not the best situation for the BNK. Like, if you are on the same page, it works well. But the issue and the weakness for the BNK is still the laning phase. You can see it from their mid and top losing so much in laning phase. It still hurts a lot, because if you are not doing great at the start of the game, you can't really do anything in the mid game, because rotation and macro, I think it works with the silent priority. But if you lose the laning phase, it means that you cannot really get anything from the side lane. So all you can do is fight on the mid lane. So it's kind of gamble in that point, you know. So I feel like BNK, they need to get rid of some laning phase. I think that can help from the draft, because Ryu always brings up with the great idea with the draft.
Yeah, I do think some of them, there was that composition where the Morgana mid, tank topside and the Sivir, they didn't really give the tools for Diablo to be able to carry, lacking the damage threats there. But I think it's like, if they had that great game one against KT, we've seen how strong KTR is as a team. We know they're capable of the high level play, it's just can they carry that out over a whole series?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, and those laning issues also probably come from the fact that there's been so much focus by Raptor onto the bot lane. It's like, solo laners, you're by yourself on that one. We have the coaches now standing by with interviews on how they're going to stave off elimination today.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 감독 뱅기 배성우입니다. 일단은 뭐 만날 수 있다고 어느 정도 생각은 했었고 BFX는 약간 뭐 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 조금 업셋이 나오기도 하고 좀 그런 경우가 많은데 아무래도 피어리스가 진행되면서 조금 더 결과의 변수가 좀 많아진 것 같아가지고 그런 것 같습니다. 장점 같은 경우에는 조금 템포를 가져가면서 게임했을 때 잘 굴리는 경향이 있고, 그리고 약간 단점이라면은 조금 실수가 나왔을 때 약간 좀 강하게 반등을 못할 때가 있어가지고 그런 거를 고치면 좀 더 좋을 것 같습니다. 일단은 BFX 같은 경우에는 좀 바텀에 투자를 많이 하고 많이 굴리는 팀이라 바텀 라인이 가장 신경 쓰이는 것 같습니다. 3대1로 하겠습니다. 오늘 꼭 이겨가지고 다음 경기도 나갈 수 있게 열심히 준비하겠습니다. 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
안녕하세요. BNK BFX 감독 유상욱입니다. 일단 저희가 플레인에서 디플러스 기아 상대로 이긴 기억이 있어가지고 좀 이 이긴 기억 잘 살려서 이번 저희 패자전 준비 잘 했고 그 기억 살려서 이길 생각으로 왔습니다. 확실히 피어리스 뱀픽을 이제 도입이 되고 나서 이제 다전제에서 변수가 좀 많이 생겨서 이제 업셋이 좀 많이 일어나는 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 오늘 핵심은 미드 정글이 좀 중요하다고 생각하고 미드 정글에서 주도권을 좀 가지는 쪽이 유리하게 가지고 갈 거라고 생각합니다. 일단 디플러스 기아가 모든 라인이 좀 강하다고 생각을 해서 저희도 좀 안 밀릴 수 있도록 주도권을 좀 안 놓치려고 좀 생각을 좀 많이 해왔습니다. 일단 오늘 3대1 승리할 생각으로 좀 왔고 3대1로 승리할 것 같습니다. 선수단 모두 열심히 준비했으니까 오늘 이기겠습니다. BNK BFX 화이팅!
Both coaches expecting a 3-1 victory for their own side, but only one will be able to move on. And when asked about what the variable was, it was the best of 5. Both of them pointing exactly to that as we take a look at our predictions for today's matchup. One team will make it on through, and only one person selecting BNK Fear X. That's Ox. Ox going BNK Fear X. Wadid going for D+, and I am just a 3-1 Andy. Wadid, why do you think it's a 3-2 D+ kill?
My boy, the GOAT, the knower, Zeus, he said, you just need some ultimate secret weapon for the win, you know? So I feel like I think both teams need to prepare something that you have to surprise us or the opponents as well. So I feel like DK, I think they might prepare better than BNK because I feel so comfortable on the Lucid Showmaker working well together. So I just believe them. That's all.
All right, you picked BNK Fear X. You know that your apartment mate, Chronicler, is the biggest D+ fan. Why are you hurting his feelings, Dan? Why?
It's pretty funny. No, I believe in BNK Fear X because I think they have an ultimate weapon. It's not a secret. I think Diablo. I think it's going to be a Diablo difference because he has been so big for this team since he's joined. Obviously, winning Rookie of the Split. If they invest in the Diablo stocks, he will carry for them. And I think the team has shown that with their drafts, with how they've played around him, they know that he is that player they can rely on. I think it's ultimately going to be a bot difference today. And I think AD Carry has just been such a pivotal piece when it's come to these big team fights, especially when the series gets scrappy, goes to those later stages. So I have faith in him.
All right, we've got the difference maker. We've got secret weapon. Y'all, Put it in the chat once. It's cinema. Hands up off the keyboards, everyone. Join me. Get your popcorn ready. This is the best rivalry in the LCK, other than Gen G and T1. They proved it last time they met. They're going to do it again today. Even those guys know this is just absolute cinema, and we get the back-to-back. They say the sequel can be as good as the first. We'll see if this one holds up here. It is the battle of the two best rookies in the league, a battle of two dreams making it on in to the LCK finals over at Inspire Arena, but only one will be able to move on in our elimination match. It is the Fearless Foxes of BNK Fearex versus D plus Kia. Let's see how things go.
Makes me stronger.
누가 이 디플러스 기아에 만만히 볼 수 있겠어요. 플레이어 1라운드 팀원 기다려라. 딥기가 간다. 디플러스 기아의 그 탑이 갑자기 무너집니다. 렛더 쇼 비긴. 디플러스 기아의 쇼는 지금부터 시작입니다. BNK PX 도전 기가 막힌데요? 야, 도전에 대한 힘이 있습니다, BNK! 야, 이거 진짜 KT 롤스의 이 롤러코스터가 모래바람을 뚫고 가는 게 그려집니다. 박치기를 해댑니다, 지금 BNK가! 요, 시원합니다. 결국 그 라이즈라는 혼돈의 무대에서 그 자격이 누구에게 있을 거냐?
디플러스 기아 화이팅! BNK 강화래
화이팅!
UX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the Woori 2025 LCK Playoffs. We are here. These two teams have one life left, and only one of them can make it to the next round up against T1. I'm Valdez with News Chronicler, and we're going to be bringing you D plus Kia up against BNK Fearex. How are you feeling about this one, Chronicler?
I'm doing great, Feldes. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff coming together. I want to focus on the real tragedy, though. I don't want to talk about my feelings. And that is today we have to say goodbye to one of our final Rise Group representatives. Because let's be real, I think we can all agree, no matter what team you're rooting for, Rise Group was the best group. Between the two groups, it wasn't particularly close. And today we're going to lose one of these teams as their chance at making Worlds will dissipate. Whereas the winner will take on T1, I think tomorrow, for that final World spot.
Yeah, it's not an easy schedule either. You gotta make a big run very quickly. No retreat. Hope is on the line. DK with 6 consecutive World appearances versus the winners of the recent play-in matchup, BNK Fear X, who did take the 3-2 over D plus Kia in the most recent best of 5 that these two teams did play head-to-head. But if D plus Kia don't go, that would just be kind of weird, right? They've always been there.
It would be kind of crazy, and even more interesting is that I think you can point to some of the eras or lineups last year in particular where I think the team actually on paper looked a lot weaker, still was able to make it back when they were swapping supports, and we have Moam and Bible, and it was just kind of a mess. As the highlight, it is an opportunity here for BNK to finally break through the top 5 teams that have really cemented themselves over the last couple of years consistently. And West, obviously, here is referring to the west side of the standings, in case you were like, we're in LCK. We are. We're aware, don't you worry. And it will be a really big deal for this team that has been on the cusp so many times. We always go back to what I think was their previous breakout year, 2022, where they were only a single game away from making Worlds. And then, as we all know, they instead gave way to the best Worlds story of all time.
I suppose it was meant to be, as the Lawmaster is approaching a milestone. Beryl 14 assists away to reach 5,000 and to be the 3rd support to do it. Has top 5 assists. First is Leona, but also has a very high win rate on Pantheon. Don't know if we're going to be seeing support Pantheon anytime soon with its prevalency in the jungle.
No, don't think so. There was an era where it was actually crazy broken, and obviously Beryl has had some great years, some rough years. That the RX year was obviously a bit rough as we take a look at all the predictions, and we're expecting like I think pretty 50-50, not quite. I wonder what the outer end is going to be, and there it is. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Close to 50-50, but I just want to draw attention. There's no 3-0. There's no 3-0s, Brandon.
If you predicted 3-0, you're wrong. But also it could happen.
Well, anything.
It also could happen.
Anything could happen.
That's the thing. It's all of us are so uncertain about who is going to get which amount of games because it's a Rise Group matchup and it's a best of 5, and it was 5 games the last time they played. I think fair enough, D plus Kia have a lot of people voting for them, especially after their performance against T1. But also BNK looking pretty strong in their last matchup.
But even if you think that BNK is going to win, guess what? DK is going to win game 1. That's just that's one of the things that we know.
There's just no, it goes.
There's no 3-0. It's Rise Group Cinemas. We start with the top lane. Shiyu, who had a rough end to the year, kind of the opposite of Clear, who I think really ramped up. But his last series against T1, he was performing very, very well. And I think that he's going to have to step it up today as well, as his direct counterpart, I think, has been having a really nice developmental arc towards the second half of the setup.
She has an 11-month-old at home, and she came down to watch the games, left him with dad. Makes sense, as here is his counterpart across the way, Clear, coming on down the line. It feels like he's been slowly but surely better. Has had some really nice performances in the best of 5s we've had since play-in, so that's a good look for him.
I have to say, Rumble definitely going to be high priority for him. I think that's one of the champions that he's consistently been very, very good at for the entirety of the year. As I'll let you take this one. I don't want to sound too biased.
Why? No, he's just a really good jungler.
It's, as the real and only president of the Lucid fan club, do not be fooled. Check the receipts. I think that he's had another year of ups and downs. Was very good though in the last series that they played against T1 in the games that they did win. I think together with Showmaker, kind of the core of what made the roster work. And definitely still some of those inconsistencies. His Kiana didn't really fill us with confidence, and he has to play well today because I think that Raptor, to me, is the hidden engine behind the success of BNK. Diablo's the main character, but Raptor is one of the pieces that gets him in a position to carry every single game. This man, well, like how many level 3 ganks are we on? Like 6, 7?
It almost feels like it happens every game.
Yep.
And it makes sense because they know that their bottom lane is where a lot of their victories do come from. I mean, Diablo and Kellen kind of win against everybody. And if you get them ahead, they will win you games. As here is Showmaker. Doesn't really need too much of an introduction. He's been having an okay year. It hasn't been his best, but I do think that moving into playoffs here, he has been performing quite well and is very reliable, bringing out all those old Showmaker picks as well, the TF that we did see from not only him, but definitely looking forward to seeing even more.
Because there we see the fan sign, a classic Showmaker with the punching pose. And playing off against Vikla, yet another member that really pulled it together towards the later end of the year. At the beginning, and I think for a large part, even going into round 3 and 4, Vikla was looking like one of the most obvious weak spots on this team, but he's really gotten a lot more consistent in not giving up too much in lane, and also he's just been doing his job on picks like Annie, on picks like Morgana, and that has been something that I think the team has really been able to utilize well, is that Raptor is going to play for bot, the solo lanes need to be able to do their own thing.
As here is aiming coming on down the line, definitely a little bit sheepish after what happened to him on Smolder, but we've seen Aiming make mistakes like that before, and he's still a very reliable player. You know, the fact that we don't only talk about those moments means that he does a ton of good stuff for the team. As LCK total 20 beers, girlfriends. I don't know what we're working with here.
But it's provocative, and I like it.
Nice, good sign.
As Diablo, one of the breakout performances of this year. Some of us believed in him from the very beginning. Others became kind of enraptured with really a level of aggression that we hadn't seen, I think, in a long time, in the LCK specifically, right? This region, we've had some insane AD carry debuts in recent times. Pace, Guma before him. But Diablo is the only one that I consistently see dashing into 5 people. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but he never relents, and he has been the main character of this team.
Almost feels like the main character of today. You know, if he can carry, if he can solo do it with some help from his teammates, definitely going to be a lot of eyes on him, and I'm sure a lot of people predicted BNK solely because of him. Would not be surprised. As here is the LoL Master, Beryl. Nobody understands what this guy does in the game, but he has a very high understanding of how to get his team wins, and has been on many a team that has won World Championships and otherwise.
Had an actually shockingly good performance, I think, against the T1 bot lane in the last series. Before that was, I think, against BNK specifically, definitely one of the weak spots. Had a really rough series there. So a moment of redemption for him. And Kellen, he's been just Kellen. He's just been good.
Just Kellen.
He's not the main character. His job is to make sure Diablo gets into a position to carry and keep him safe. He's been doing both those things admirably well, and it's especially fun given that he is facing off against this old team, which I always like seeing those lines be drawn, and I can't wait to see. My hopes have gotten up for another 5-game banger, so I'm a little worried that just won't happen. One way or another.
You know, we had our hopes up for T1 versus Homalife Esports, and then they got dashed on the rocks. They got destroyed 3-0. It was not close. It was not a fun series.
Oh, no.
As, you know, an objective spectator. As here is the key player matchup. We're going to talk about Aiming versus Diablo.
We wouldn't need the stats. The stats further enforce what we already know.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't need them, because Diablo has been very obviously doing well watching any of the games. Aiming, for all of his, I think, perceived flaws, that when you look at Aiming's history as a player as a whole, he's also had very often extreme strengths. Things like the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, And to me, it's the most shocking that even on those, I don't think he's hitting his normal levels right now, right? There's been a lot of discourse about him taking up a lot of resources. I think we've seen them kind of scale back on that. But for me, I forgot which series. I think it was against BNK, but it might have been one of the other play-in series where he was unable to have an impact on Ezreal, playing way too aggressive. That, to me, kind of shocked me. Whereas for Diablo, really, the only thing I'm worried about is that he can see everything that's happening on the Rift. But we saw this with Moham last year as well.
Yeah.
And he was fine.
They manage it somehow. I do not know how, but, you know, maybe he's just growing out his playoff hair. It's like, you know, this is working. I don't want to cut it. I don't want to mess with the mojo. And, by the way, BNK, BFX have side selection. So they're going to start out on the blue side. Don't know if this is going to matter for the DK winning Game 1 narrative that we get in every single match, it feels like. But I would say, especially the way that Ryu and the team are drafting over the side of BNK, having blue side for Game 1 could be very advantageous.
And the drafts have been a very big talking point. And I think we can also draw it a little bit wider than just between the two of these teams. I think the reason why BNK won the last series was because of their draft against DK. They had a couple of extremely well organized plans in place for a team that has been a little bit predictable in drafting, right? We saw the Morgana, to me, was the peak example. But it's no different than what Humble Life did against T1. I think even the players, if I remember correctly, was Zayas talking about this, like, we knew what they were going to pick, and especially in Fearless, it's so easy to then have a specific setup prepared for that, and then go from there, and it allows you to take momentum. Normally, in a non-Fearless series, you just ban that champion the next go, and then you could go back. Doesn't quite work that, as neither of these two teams, again, a reminder, will have a shot at winning LCK. That might seem like a long shot. I'm trying to think if we've had any equivalent crazy business happening in the LCK domestically. I can't think of it, but that doesn't mean it can't happen, Valdez. We can dream!
We can dream. Generally, it's gauntlet runs in the old format with the regional qualifiers.
Yeah, the regional, which...
That was generally where all the crazy stuff happened. As, by the way, we are threatening a Rumble first pick, and if they don't ban Rumble, then Raptor will play Pantheon. So, they're just going to ban Pantheon. Say, go ahead, Clear. Play Rumble if that's what you want. Obviously, there's still a lot of strong stuff left, as it's Game 1, nothing's Fearless banned, but banning Ornn on blue side is very easy to read.
Yeah, Aurora as well. I'm saying Yunara because I do expect Yunara will be behind the prior list, but yeah, the Aurora should also not come as a surprise. If you're going to lock this in, this is, I think, Clear his best pick. Should come as no shock to DK that it does come through. We'll get locked in here. There are a couple of answers that Shu can go towards. The Mbessa is one that he's often leaned on into these type of matchups, especially because I think Rumble always strong, but not quite as oppressive in lane as he used to be, like a couple of patches ago where it felt like he just auto-won every single matchup. Then there is also the question of AD carry, because as mentioned, I do think there are a lot of extremely strong AD carries still open, and there is the Shiyu Mbessa. Is a very highway pick, so both teams not really trying to save anything, immediately going to some of the picks they are most known for. We've seen Jarvan really rise in priority, but I do think that picking that up early isn't necessarily the best. So I imagine Yunara is the next talking point here. As, yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Don't want to give Yunara and Rumble over. That would be kind of crazy. Talia, still available. Could be played by Vikla. It hasn't been his MO. He could just play any with this and try to just go all in onto the Yunara and handle it that way. As Corki has also been very high prio here.
Corki,
so
Nico.
Picked up for... Oh, yeah, Nico's still available, too.
That's close to as good as it gets when it comes to early laning power in the current meta. Very tough lane to deal with will be the setup here. So Beryl now most likely just going to pick. And this is something I actually want to talk about. For me, BNK was one of the teams that started doing this in this play-in/playoffs bracket, is that they really heavily prioritize bot lanes. A lot of teams were drafting a very topside focus, and then you'll get some bans, and then the second rotation would be exclusively the bot lanes. But I think they were one of the first teams to actually be like, no, we are locking a good matchup for a bot lane every single time. As the Jarvan, to me, so there's a lot of layers to this. Oriana's already taken away. That would be normally one of the picks we'd kind of associate with this. I do think Jarvan and Mbessa are a great duo. I don't love Jarvan into Corki though. Corki is one of the AD carries that does have a really easy way to get out of the Cataclysm. That is where a lot of the value from the pick does come from. But Lucid has been really good on the Jarvan. I think it's been one of his most consistent picks. And it does set up a very dive-heavy setup here, which I think DK generally kind of plays towards. And honestly, so do BNK.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be butting heads here. The Poppy could have gotten a lot of value. The Lulu alongside of the Yunara could have been big value. Think about the Lulu and the Jarvan, the Lulu and the Mbessa for engage, but also just for safety for your Yunara. So I think that's a pretty nice ban. Will they ban the Annie away from Vikla? Another thing I was curious about, but no, it's just going to be targets against Raptor. They say, Vikla, you play what you want, buddy. We're going to care about Raptor here. And I think that's a fair shout.
Well, for DK, they can also go for the counter pick here. One of the big things that BNK did use against DK in the previous series, which again, I want to give them a lot of credit for, is making sure Vikla had good counter matchups that allowed him to both mitigate laning phase and then also empower the rest of his team, right? But also get a good matchup in the Showmaker. So we're going to see Barrels pick up here, and then that gives Showmaker the opportunity to counter pick against Vikla, taking away one of the tools that BNK used before. Now, when it comes to pure power picks, I do still think that BNK kind of have the edge. I think the laning phase of bot is looking really good, although we'll see what Barrel picks up here. Could just go towards like Rel and just kind of accept that the laning phase is going to be very unfun, which wouldn't shock me. But the Nico Rumble is just such a strong combo. No matter the game state, it's going to be Alistair instead. Alistair, I think, would have a better time into the Nico because you're actually able to peel a lot better than the Rel would. But Bard is, with Bard on Barrel, we've said a lot of words. I'm sure we'll say a lot of words in this game as well.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one, to be honest. I think maybe you should have just gone for the Alistair and just accepted it. So the Annie seemed very obvious from the get-go here for our boy in the mid lane, as it's going to be first game Kiana jungle. So, yes, there was a lot banned, but this hasn't been winning.
So Kiana Rumble is a classic combo. Like, this is one of the combos we used to see picked all the time whenever Kiana jungle was meta. It is extremely strong. You can layer the equalizer together with the Supreme Display of Talent. Absolutely disgusting level of power that's available there. My main issue with this, and this is something that I think goes for a lot of teams, is that even if Raptor is able to play this well, and I think Kiana does have a really high barrier of entry, it's a very mechanical champion, is it really Raptor carry that you want with this team? Because Kiana, to me, isn't the type of jungler. Your early ganks are okay, right? You do have the root with the right element, but it's not that great. I don't think it compares to a lot of the other picks we've seen him play, where he is able to have a really great impact early in the bot lane. Now, you still have a good bot lane matchup. I still think that the Nico and Corki are going to do fine. But following the game plan that BNK have shown, I think that they're gravitating a lot more towards the team as a whole, and particularly those early skirmishes. Like the 6 spikes for BNK, I think are miles ahead of where DK is. But DK, if we get to the mid to late game in teamfight stages, the 5v5 for them, I think, is insanely powerful.
Yeah, it definitely is. I like the Kiana into the Jarvan, as well as we have Nocturne Gale here, a Spanish team from Nexus League, joining us. Thanks for coming down, everybody. Looks like they've got a lot of different people here on their road to Seoul. I saw their tweet. Pretty cool stuff. I hope they do enjoy Korea. Shout outs to them. And enjoy the Korean ladder as well, because that's always a joy. We'll see how it goes for them, and we'll see how it goes here on the Rift with these two compositions butting heads. Showmaker pulling out the Rise here for game number 1, hoping to be another carry alongside of this Yunara. As we're ready, let's hop into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 1 here in the lower bracket, round 1 of these playoffs. We mentioned it before, but it's best of 5s the whole way through, and if you win, you're on to the next round. If you lose, you're out, and your season is over. You will not qualify for Worlds. You will not make it onto the next rung here in the playoffs and have a chance to fight at Inspire Arena.
Yeah,
you're just gone.
It'll be
That's
fun.
it.
If you win, you get to face T1. And then if you beat them, you get to face Gen G. And then if you beat them, you get to face the winner of KT. I really, we shouldn't waste too many words on it, but the fact that it's KT Hanwha upper bracket, I love that. That's crazy, Valdez. We were all, if we didn't do a Puckside episode this time, but if we'd done a playoffs one, you know what it would have been. It would have been T1 Gen G into T1 Gen G.
Yeah.
But here we are, and for both of these teams, currently, as of the start of this day, there is still the opportunity to make a run. And unfortunately, by the end of today, one of these two teams will no longer have that opportunity, as looking at the rune setups, not really seeing anything too surprising. Here, we've seen a decent amount of different setups on the Qiyana, really going either for Conqueror or for the Electrocute. For BNK, I think you just want to fully send it, right? This is just a composition that is always, I think, going to be playing very aggressive and has to be the one that starts off any fight. But then also it's BNK, and that's just it's kind of what they do no matter what.
Yeah. If BNK win game 1, I think we'd all be very surprised, just because DK are the game 1 winners. That's what they do in best of 3s, best of 5s. Would just be pretty surprising, but I'm a big fan of what they've drafted, as long as Raptor can actually show us the power of Qiyana, because it's getting drafted a lot everywhere. We've had it drafted here 3 times. It's lost every time. I just want to see... I want to have people notice, like, hey, this is actually a good champ and not just being a bait pick, at least as it has been at the LCK.
You also... I don't think you get games that are a lot better when it comes to the setup that you have available. Because, so there was Rumble that plays off of you, but there is Annie, there is Nico, and there is just, in general, so much upfront burst. I think that Raptor definitely has an opportunity. And we have actually, I talk about the Qiyana, right? But we've actually seen him carry games as well with the Neferi, another AD assassin. That was a counter pick that they also used really, really well into the Vi Ahri, which, to the surprise of no one, was heavily prioritized by DK. His bot lane, though, without intervention of Raptor, who was pathed from bot to top, has been struggling a little bit. As we'll see, Lucid might be looking for a little wraparound here, but there's a ward in the Tribe Rush, so doesn't look like anything is going to come of it, as Showmaker should be fine here.
Yeah, and Lucid stopped his back and actually came to mid lane, flashed on in for the Rue. Raptor in a bunch of trouble, but this is Qiyana, so he just, you know, double dashes away, and now it's Showmaker without his flash.
Big investment there from Showmaker, and not panning out, really, I'd say, whatsoever. Raptor living there is a big deal. I don't know if... I don't think he got cancelled. I think he is just looking for a possible wraparound, but he will get spotted here.
Does he care?
Well, Showmaker doesn't have flash and it's Qiyana, so like he's fine.
Yeah. He is spending a lot of time kind of just running around, so...
No, Lucid also took his Raptors. So like this is a really big tempo advantage now for Lucid. Showmaker, though, did also have to give up control of his wave, so he's going to be pushed in. We'll see how much he actually ends up missing. And he's going to base, and he doesn't have TP. So it's a cannon wave, but Vikla still should be able to build up a nice, sizable CS lead here. But Showmaker did ensure that Lucid wasn't set further behind, and Raptor is going to be behind in experience by a decent amount now, and will be down a longsword.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice early advantage to the jungler of D plus Kia. So there goes the cannon. It's what you have to give up. A slow push here from Vikla, as he knew, well, it's a cannon wave, and Showmaker, even if he backs, he's not going to miss much. So I'll just sit here and deny as much CS as I possibly can, while also getting all the CS myself. So we do have a swap. Diablo and Kellen have made their way up to the top lane. As I don't feel like Rumble, as you mentioned before, does a very good job of bullying Ambessa that much anymore. So, you know, just getting him down in the bottom lane against the Yunara is just fine. And maybe your 2 ranged bottom laners can make Ambessa's life a little bit harder.
So Shiva's life's going to be a lot harder, as a case in point.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Yeah, he does have TP still, though, so he will be able to make his way back to the lane. And Ambassa is also kind of tough to dive. Rumble's definitely safer though, especially now that you have access to equalizers. You can just equalize the wave if you are feeling a dive. This also frees up the Bard, so we'll see if DK is able to actually utilize that power. The main thing is that it's going to give access to a free early Drake. Here for Lucid, contest shouldn't really be possible because BNK are a man down. And then the expectation is that they will get grubs. As Tippers does come down and is displeased with Showmaker.
Yeah. Got 4 members of BNK on the top side of the map, but you know, those grubs not spawned yet. And so it's just getting some plates, just hanging around the mid lane, and okay, that's a flash on in. Showmaker in a lot of trouble, goes down. First blood goes to Raptor on the Kiana, and that's what happens when you don't have your flash.
Even with flash, I think Raptor found a really nice window there because Vikla sets up the CC. There's not really too much you can do about that. But then Raptor does actually follow up, and a snowballing Kiana could be something that actually turns the tide in favor of BNK here.
Slurkle, very good and clear, is going to dodge the binding afterwards, but the issue is that he had to stay in range of the Yunara for so long just in order to dodge it. There's that equalizer you were talking about, as Rumble doesn't care about lane swaps if he has his ult.
And a big win, the punish on the misplay from Showmaker earlier. Do want to highlight that this is something that Showmaker, I think, struggled with a lot more in the regular season. Was actually very susceptible to ganks. As Kalane.
This looks kind of obvious, yeah.
Yeah, we see the pings go down. So,
pings still.
Showmaker not falling for that one. With the equalizer taken down, I wouldn't be surprised. And with the swap coming through, DK might actually be playing for double objective here. As we take another look, it's very straightforward. Nicely done there by Raptor. Just with the flash has enough damage. Showmaker, if he had Mercs, maybe be able to proc the phase rush. Without ult at the start of the play, Raptor maybe wouldn't have been able to kill him. Or if he, again, as Feldas highlighted, had flash. Not going to be the case, but the objective control has been in favor of DK thus far, and with this swap, should also continue. But this is where I think we're really going to see the power of this BNK comp.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to fight over this, as one grub went over to Lucid, and he's just going to have to give up the other 2. Although flag is coming down, and Showmaker is going down to the bottom lane. Nice flash here from Clear. Sees the Realm Warp, and he's just like, yeah, never mind. My team is getting grubs up top, and I'm getting ganked, so I'm just going to run away from this.
So 1 grub still taken for DK. I think this is one of those situations where both teams are like, it's fine, 2 grubs for BNK, but they did give up Dragon. And the flash is also forced for Clear. So the Rumble does need to play a lot more safe. And Jarvan being on the field, I think, does really impact the value of flash for any member that can't easily get out of the Cataclysm. So that does mean that we will be seeing Lucid maybe pay attention, a quick visit towards that bot lane, as we still have held on to these lane swaps. The lead for Vikla is getting bigger and bigger. They're already built up like 250 gold from the early play. That ended up backfiring for Showmaker. And then the kill meant that he's able to be almost 2 waves up, as well as the assist.
Chovying just a little bit himself. He's playing Annie, so it's very difficult to actually miss the CS if you're paying attention, and if your lane opponent doesn't really do anything to you. So second plate should be going down here momentarily, as here's Raptor though, gonna find Barrel. There's the root into the wall, into the ult. Does he have the damage? Doesn't look like it just yet, although Barrel is gonna flash away and just dies anyway. Raptor saying, dude, I'm Kiana. And it doesn't seem like anyone on DK seems to know what this champion does.
Even though they played it themselves, which is interesting.
Oh, nice little sidestep there from Vikla.
Oh, you saw he wanted to go for that, but the Realm Warp isn't there. Showmaker used it to force the flash on bot lane. And it's not going to be enough to completely break the game because aiming is still able to farm up. But these are very big leads that are being built here for BNK as Lucid.
Oh boy, yeah, just gonna run into 4 people and die! Everybody was backing together. And BNK are playing like a team. DK are not at this point in time.
No, they're really not. And what they're getting on the cross map doesn't really seem to compare. They're getting some plates. That's it, really. In mid, Lucid, I think, looking for the backhand, so instead just gets CC'd and dies. And this is exactly what the BNK comp wants to do. Is we take another look here. Barry, you had flash. Could have used it at any point. Decided
well,
he did, yes. The very end.
He did, yeah.
Raptor obviously not really going to be too bothered by that. And then here, Lucid, also just the way that he pathed, right? If he walks a little bit further up, you get vision, but just tried to round the corner in a way that didn't really hit the mark, giving up a kill for free. Gold lead, thanks to, I think, mostly the fact that Showmaker was able to just, shove like 2 waves into mid, because that gold lead in mid is now gone. But there is a 3-0 Kiana, and if you're a BNK fan and you see Raptor being this fat, you're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the Diablo carry angle. I mean, he still can because he's playing Corki, but this Kiana is out of control, and we haven't really seen a Kiana do anything. Most of the time, it has been totally useless. Like, we've seen Kiana's missing ults and just getting behind and just, like, kind of doing nothing, right? But this is going to be the exact opposite of what we've seen so far, so I hope you guys are ready to see the true power of this champion.
Well, especially with Annie and Rumble and Nico. There's a lot of power here.
Ocean Soul.
As we do have Ocean Soul, which I guess Abessa is like, yes. Everyone else, are you going to live when BNK use their burst? Probably not.
Yeah.
And for BNK, I also think that looking at the way that DK will play a lot of the fights, I think it's fine. But Inferno would have been very different. Mountain, I think, would have been very different. Would have really warped the game. Maybe this will be the one.
Fourth ranged minion comes in as there is the ult stun, and now the Nika follow up the flash, does get the knock up into the root, and Showmaker is just dead again. The kill does go over to Kellen, but he's been trying so hard to make those plays happen. He finally gets one here.
And BNK just keeps going for the same play, and it keeps working. Very straightforward. Get to Vikla's lane, presses his skills on the Showmaker, and Showmaker just ends up going down as well. Now, again, the only answer that DK will get is here in the mid lane, and I think you obviously would have rather had the kill go to the carry as opposed to Nico. But it's still big win there. Yet another play, and BNK are so much more active on the map, and for me this composition would have been exceptional, even if you're like just even. But they're pulling ahead. As we take another look here, I think that obviously by the time Showmaker realizes it's too late, and the flash after Kellen has already flashed as well, misjudging the distance there and just end up going down anyway. Could have held on to it. Not going to be the case. And we're not really seeing the DK game 1 that I think we're both kind of expecting come into this first one. But BNK still very sharp. Look like a cohesive unit as Barrel. Look at the wall stun, which means that he lives to fight another day. I was kind of worried that he was just going to get one-tapped very quickly.
Yeah. He has a lot of help there that maybe could have traded back if Raptor fully committed, but as you mentioned, the stun came in, so he didn't really get to see it come to fruition here. Barrel taking huge amount of damage from the Nico, and now he's sticking around. This time, he will flash. As he, you know, he learned from the last play up in the top lane, I suppose. Showmaker definitely struggling. They're just going to sit him in a side lane, but just means that, you know, you got to deal with Clear. He's down a level 2, and the rest of the team is ahead, especially when you consider the Kiana. Although Lucid is up a level on Raptor. The farm has been good for Lucid, so he's not massively behind. As here's Shiyu getting bullied on the right side. Raptor in a lot of trouble himself. They're going to get that shutdown on the Yunara of all people. As BNK go a bit too deep in the enemy jungle. The flash follow from the side of Lucid is big. Plus the binding comes in, although a bit of a trade comes back here. Diablo trying to make something of it as he does get the kill onto 2. Alongside of Vikla. As now Kellen, he's still on the run, but eventually he will just die, as they should give this kill over to Shiyu, and it's a big turnaround here for D plus Kia.
And unfortunately, that too is BNK. That jungle overforce is something that I remember them doing once or twice, but that was during the regular season, not during playoffs. I think they've actually been very level-headed, something we praised them for. But we're throwing everything to Mbessa on one end. And then the Kiana ult, I'm pretty sure was on the inside of the Jarvan
inside
ult.
of the donut, yeah.
Yeah, so it didn't. It looked
It was
cool.
very funny.
Yeah, but it didn't quite. Even I gotta say though, even if that hits, like this is probably an even fight. But I have more an issue with just this fight in general because it feels very unnecessary. You were doing a really good job of controlling the lanes, of applying the pressure. Now there is a legitimate win condition for DK in the form of Shiu on this Ambessa, who now finally is build lead and aiming went unchecked for most of that fight, leading to him now also feeling a lot better. And you can see it there on the gold graph. Not enough though. I do still think that DK is gonna have to give up this Rift Herald, and we are seeing some pinks going down as well. I think they're expecting that to get placed towards the top half as, guys, the cannon is there. Is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, Realmorph coming in here as well. Showmaker going to get the aggro on this. As Clear is just doing as much damage as he can as the Redemption added a little bit of damage. Clear still alive under this turret with basically nothing. The mid lane turret should be going down, and it's only a matter of time until somebody presses a button, but this push in mid is not being responded to very quickly.
But they got top as well. So I think that if you are BNK, probably not feeling too bad. Got 2 turrets. We'll give one up, and the kill did go over to Showmaker, which helps to dig him a little bit out of the hole. And despite the fact that BNK take the 2 turrets, the gold lead is still kind of returned thanks to the jungle play to basically even. And this feels a lot more Rise Group, baby, but they did use all their tempo on the mid play, which means that they will be forced, forced to give up this dragon. There isn't that much damage available here, but I think DK still should be able to get it because that's Callan. Raptor will get spotted here.
Yeah, a little bit late for the real Kiana. And yeah, so just Ocean Drake over to D+Kia. It's pretty nice, but not the end of the world. This game, at the end of the day, is very even.
Yes.
It does feel like either team could win from here, as they're trying to get some vision against Vikla, who is going to miss his bear. And Tibbers kind of done dirty by that one.
So, because the funniest part is, as much as
Okay, the root came in right as he pressed his R button. That's not a good look. It's not a Cataclysm. Gets some nice value here. Bard, Tempered Fate, going to keep them around for Shiu, who is thinking about it, certainly. But it's 5v5 in the bottom lane, and nothing really amounts of it after all of that.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting more. And it's a win for BNK. They got TP. They get Lucid's Flash. So this whole situation started with an attempt to play from Callan, who did have the Flash and the Rocket Belts. Obviously, wants to go and try and make these big plays. I think that's warranted. I also think BNK Scope is actually good at jungle fights, because that's where Kiana excels, that's where Rumble excels, these tight corridors where you can't really sprawl out. This one looked a lot better in setup than the previous one, and yet it didn't end up really blossoming into anything. Talking about blossoms, we are still even. Really, should either team think about doing Otacon in this? You know where I'm going with this.
No.
No. Do not do it.
Absolutely not.
No,
please
no,
don't.
please. Definitely not DK, but also probably not BNK.
Well, I would say if they're ahead and they have a good turn angle, which they should, because their comp does have pretty good turn with the Nico and all the follow-up and the Annie, then sure. But I feel like with the game that's this even,
I don't think
I don't think it's worth.
No.
You know?
No.
You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But if you were more ahead, if you had like a reasonable tank as well, which they don't really because they have Kiana in the jungle. As they're going to find Raptor here, by the way. The big zoom out as there's that ult, and the disengage cone will get Raptor to safety.
Nice Kiana. Would have gotten out anyway. As Feldus
Maybe.
set me suspiciously.
Maybe.
Especially with the rest of the team being ready. Is the Flash gone? That is a big cooldown. Flash Kiana ult is one of the least fun things to deal with. She can actually cover a lot of distance between the, coming in from stealth with the grass Q into E, into Flash, into ult shenanigans. So not being able to do so is definitely valuable. The more I think about it, like, I think for DK, even if you were 10k gold up, I'm just like, don't do Otacon. It's not, there is choke points, there's corridors, there's walls. Just anything that BNK comp likes. For DK, I think a fight is either find a single target, blow them up, preferably in as wide a space as possible, or as
Just start it, you know, just go for the solo kill on the Otacon, that's fine.
Yeah, Kian also notoriously with great objective damage. Raptor is doing well thus far, but they will spot this going on. And I think they're just looking to get a response. Do note, Shiu doesn't have TP, but neither does Clear. He's here though. Vikla TPing in now.
Yeah, it's just 5v4 and their turn is excellent.
Oh, they're gonna give it up.
It's just gonna be up to Lucid to try to steal it, but now with the equalizer, he just has to give it away. So a nice play here from the side of BNK, identifying that Shiu did not have his TP, and they just started on up with that extra damage, is now maybe looking for a bit more, or at least trying to save their mid turret, which they will be successful at doing.
And that is a ton of flowers going over to BNK. They already had a small lead, but now it turned into a big one. And there were, I think, not going for the fight there without Shiu having TP definitely makes sense. This is the price they had to pay for the play earlier where Shiu TP'd bot. They did get a decent amount of CS, which is why you see the gold lead has now finally swung in favor, but with the stats being given by the Otacon, I don't think that's going to be something that BNK is going to be too worried about. And I'm still looking forward towards that actual 5v5, which I feel like we still haven't really seen yet. As both these teams know as well, Game 1 momentum could be big. The series last time was insanely close. Falling behind early would be definitely a tough one.
Yeah. Especially with side selection for BNK, the onus is on you to take the win so that you don't fall behind on the serve, as we call it, you know, the ban pick serve, which is where you can fall behind and then eventually not have side selection towards the end of the best of 5. Raptor kind of just running through the dark here. He's going to find a couple of members, as there's the ult, going to throw Shiu away, but he still dies. Meanwhile, Kellen by himself here. He's got Vikla actually, but this is looking very good for the side of Deke plus Kiaz. One by one, they are falling on the side of BNK. 3 of them will go over to DK.
Showmaker wasn't even there.
Yeah, you don't need everybody when they just face check. It's fine.
I guess so. I'm sorry, I need a moment to process this. That was 3 kills. Showmaker was also pushing inside. They're going to get soul point here as well.
Careful, Diablo. Okay, he's just trying to fight him.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about that. That's just Diablo. He has his 2 out of power spike. He's feeling good about that.
Okay.
That's going to be inner. That is a really big swing, Valves. I kind of have a hard time wrapping my head around it. I just don't know how they don't think that DK is going to be in position to contest this. The setup here is really nice as well. So we start up with the Q, which sets up for Shiu. And then there's no way out. Lucid here, by the way, going in as well. I thought at first he was maybe going to go out. Not the case. The rest of the team is ready, but it's really Beryl and Shiu that set this one up just ahead of the play. And for BNK, I think their objective setups were one of the strongest parts when we go back to their previous series. But that is now a sizable gold lead here now for BNK. Do note there is still that big wombo combo. A single mistake from DK, which, let's be real, it's Rise Group, baby.
It's Rise Group, baby.
We still have no idea what's about to transpire in this game, but it is going to feel less and less doable as you start losing control, because I do think for a good wombo combo, unless DK walks face forward into it, which, let's be real, they could, you would need someone to flank, right? Like either Raptor needs to find an angle, you need Kellen to find his way into the back line, Vikla needs to get behind. If you start losing control of lanes early on, I do think that becomes really hard. I don't think DK is quite there yet, though. You can see this as well when you look at the item finishes. Once Shiu finishes Death Dance, though, if they get Ocean Soul and he gets Death Dance, I don't actually think that they can kill him. And that's a pretty big problem.
They have a lot of burst. They have Corki, but I feel like the burst won't do anything. And then if the Corki is hitting the Mbessa for that long, you also have Ryze and Yunara. So it's like, okay, Aiming just gonna run into this one. Thinks he can take the 1v1. He says, I'm Yunara, I'm OP. Flashing in is Diablo, and eventually gets pretty close, but he was going 1v4.
Wait, Vikla, no!
Vikla also going in, as, you know, he's pretty fast with this one. Actually looking pretty good for the side of BNK. The Zonya's very nice timing here for Vikla. And that's a stun down as Lucid's going in. It's a very broken up fight. The equalizer only on the Lucid as he goes in. And he might be going out into the Death Tamer. Down he goes. Double knockup is here, and Clear is found aiming on the right side. Might be able to take him down. Finally does with that harpoon. As is very much Rise grouping at this point in time.
Oh, you know I was going to yell it. As we'll see, Clear, I think, little too early. Maybe by the end of it. I think now he does it, yeah.
Yeah, well,
nice.
Especially with the shield.
Yeah.
Just making 100% sure. That's still going to be very late on the map here.
Yeah, he does a will of TP by the time he's back.
What did they mean by this?
So, well, this is peak Diablo, obviously. Obviously, he has to Valk in here. Aiming needs like 4 buddies. Very unfair. Can't believe that he's not taking the 1v1. Does live. And then this is where things get silly. At first, I thought Vikla was like, why Flash? You're dead. As it turns out, actually, really nicely done here by Raptor. One taps Barrel. Then Vikla reunites with the rest of his team. This is where things get a little bit silly because DK think they can get the wraparound. So Lucid goes in, but he goes in too early. So he ends up just going down. And then by the time Shiu does arrive, obviously his backline is found. Here we are again.
Just Kellen hanging out. He's going to get caught once again. Meanwhile, we got Shiu in a bit of trouble.
He's Death Dance. He's not.
He has Death Dance. He is not going down. And 2 Ocean Drakes, good enough for now. Vikla in a bunch of trouble. He will be fighting the dust as well. Clear by himself up against everyone. And he's just clearing the wave. And so another big play here for D plus Kia, up 6,000 gold.
And it's Diablo by himself, pushing in mid, trying to get anything out of this, but that's going to be Baron, and that Baron is going to lead perfectly into the Ocean Soul as well. And BNK started off strong, but I thought that last play maybe was the signal for a turnaround. Doesn't look like it was the case, as Barrel just finds Kellen. And that was a kind of an awkward angle, because I think even for Kellen, like, where does he actually flash so that he doesn't get hit? Don't know if there really was anything, as Ocean Soul isn't available yet, but it's still level 16 in Bessa. With Death Dance, so Shiu doesn't end up going down. And I think the composition for BNK has kind of run its course. That fight in the blue buff, I think, is really the turning point for the game. After that, it's still been a lot of back and forth, but DK been getting out ahead mostly, and now BNK are going to need an absolute miracle fight. We're talking multi-man, so I'm talking 3-4-man. Kellen, Raptor, Vikla, clear combos with the ultimates to try and make this one work.
Well, DK knows exactly where they are. They're trying to get the stealth and look for Lucid, but they're not quite going to land the stun. And so Lucid gets away, and now that Snow Kiana ult and Shiu is in the backline, they're going to throw everything into this Ambessa, who just turns the fight on its head. Big equalizer, though. Going to get 2 already for BNK. Make it a 3rd. BNK are turning the fight around. Showmaker by himself only has Barrel. And they kind of just ran face first into Clear's Rumble, and they didn't know what to expect. As Barrel should be going down, and it will be an ace. It wasn't clean, but it's a huge win for BNK.
And just like that, the 8.5k gold lead turns into 4. Yet another reminder that in Rise Group, anything is possible if you just believe. So this is the Kiana ult completely whiffs. They throw everything into Shiu, and then here, Barrel's ult, I think, hits the edge of night, but it's the equalizer, right? That is the big turning point. And the fact that aiming just kind of gets roasted unceremoniously, ends up going down. And that is Ambessa gone, that is Yunara gone, and that is Soul Point denied. A ton of bounty gold going in, and I'm pretty sure that means that, look at that, we're basically even again.
Basically even, yeah. The Yunara did 800 damage, and at the same time, Shiu, he ulted into the fight, which looked good because it was like the front line, they were just going to chop it down. They felt invulnerable, but they all clumped up in one spot for a Rumble to do 1 million damage. And the Corki as well. I mean, Diablo's just sitting there.
Yeah, Diablo is literally as far as away from a KDA player as you can be, because he did die in that fight. But as long as he maximizes that damage output, you know he won't care. As there we go. This is what we want. We need this whole series
great,
to be like the 5 games of this. It's the back and forth.
It's only game one.
Makes zero sense. We're like 30 minutes. I think I still like DK's position more at this point in the game.
Theoretically,
yes.
On paper.
On paper.
Yeah.
In a theoretical vacuum, you know.
Yeah.
People play to their win cons, because I think more defensive items are going to come through, which is going to make the burst a lot harder, as Vikla might be by himself here.
Yeah, he's just going to try to turn on the Showmaker because he has nowhere to go. The whole team is coming up here, including Redemption, as he will go into his Zhonya's, trying to buy some time, but just kind of dies after the fact. The Showmaker essentially solo, going to take that one down. Nice little binding here onto the clone and the real one. And Kellen is just getting out. They got to deal with Shio in the side lane, so they're going to have to back away from this play.
Now Shio might be a little bit overextended. We'll see. I think they could be looking for a collapse here.
It is BNK, so the whole team's
just
trying to
TP.
move. Yeah, he's just going to TP. Lots of damage was coming out, but not enough.
Yeah, that's still pretty costly though. Like this late in the game, I think TP is a very valuable summoner. We might also get a situation where in like 2 minutes, one team goes for Baron, the other team goes for Dragon. Which would be another example of who knows what's going to happen.
I don't really want to see that happen.
But we probably will. As here, Vikla, just very far up the lane. Showmaker with the Realm just gets on top. And at this point, Ryze has outskilled the Annie, right? There's just no real way that you're losing this. Even without the Redemption, he was looking very healthy, despite Tibbers kind of wailing away at him. But there was no further follow-up kill, which means there was no real possibility for DK to push much further. As Raptor does have Edge of Night. As I actually thought it was proc there, but I guess Barrel...
Nope, just missed.
Yeah.
Okay, they finally got it, actually. The Rise. And Raptor going to take that one down. So blue buff for the team. And yeah, really just don't know what to expect, as we are going to have the Baron spawning here in a minute. Diablo is looking pretty strong. Just picked up a Last Whisper.
Doesn't have his fully finished fourth item yet, though. As this game has just been about one player on either side seemingly getting caught. As there is the TP. The deep flank is going to come through from Clear here.
The bottom lane turret is like gone, but they don't care at all about that. They just want to go for the fight.
This is just Rumble. Like, I don't...
Yeah. Meanwhile, the bottom lane...
They need to... They're canceling the backs.
Yeah.
That's just inhib.
Yeah, the inhib's just gone. So the Gambit does not work.
No Shield.
No, that's
as
gone
the
down.
means. Yeah, it's
gone down. Okay.
So that's bot lane inhib gone with Baron in 30 seconds. And Clear TP'd, which was the one advantage they had.
Yeah. They just threw it away. They're like, you know what? That's not fair if we have this advantage. We got to make it even, you know?
Now, Aiming also getting a defensive item, which, good call.
Yeah.
I'm still no closer to knowing who wins this game than I am to figuring out the answers to the universe, Brandon.
I feel like DK, they have the advantage,
yes.
but BNK have the tempo vibes, if that makes sense.
Oh, I get that. Barrel's
after the last fight, you know?
Barrel, why are you here?
Just gonna find a bunch of members of BNK and die. No explanation required. Just accepts death.
Well, that's going to be definitely Drake, possibly Baron. I do think Baron is always a bit of a risk, but they have so much damage here. DK could just look for the cinema ending, though, because the base is open. And Lucid could look to steal.
It's fine.
They don't really have a great way of keeping Jarvan out of the pitch. Showmaker's just TPing to the base! You're all locked in!
Yeah, but Vikla's here, so that's going to be stopped. It's a bit of a 4-on-3. The equalizer, they will have to turn on a Lucid, who just goes in, but it still goes over to Raptor, who lands the smite. Aiming is looking pretty good, and the ult here from Shio is massive. Gets into that back line, and Aiming is doing tons of damage. Will take down Raptor. As Kellen just barely gets away. Vikla is holding on, trying to survive here, and that he will, as he's got some help as well. And, well, they got the Baron.
They did get Baron. They definitely lose Sulk. I think with
hey, 5,000 assists.
That could not have happened in a more perfect manner.
Congratulations, Barrel.
That's impeccable. So no one dies on DK. They will be able to push more. It's definitely going to be a negative gold Red Bull Baron power play.
Well, Barrel nearly dies. and actually might still. Heals coming in, and it's actually just a bait.
It was just all. It was all planned. It was all planned.
They're solo actually, aiming just not paying attention. I don't know. He just dies. Showmaker also just dies. Just standing there, they got rooted, and so it kind of looked silly, but yeah, they had no other choice but to stand there and die.
You're losing me, Feldas.
It's game one.
It's game one. So let's break this fight down. Raptor smites have been impeccable. Lucid's too early. They do get that, but Shiu is going unchecked in this fight. Aiming doesn't actually, I thought Diablo was going to maybe get his way out there. He doesn't. Still gets, even after the flash, taken down, and all the damage is available. So DK have a great play. Now, what the hell happened here? I need to know, because this part I got. Okay, Barrel,
I think they got rooted by Nico. Yeah, right here. So it was just like, well.
But then after that, just leave.
Well, they were already
Showmaker. I think Showmaker could have probably maybe left.
Maybe.
I don't know. They got Soul. Gold doesn't matter in this game. We're gonna get Elder Flip, presumably.
Yeah.
Which, hey, Elder Flip is gonna
also hide on bush.
It's like, I'd say favorite towards BNK.
Oh.
Because BNK is the one that has been winning the flips. I do again worry about Ambessa and Rise with Soul. That is a big problem. And hey, the Rebel Baron probably thanks to that play in mid. Not gonna be negative after all, Valdez.
They're catching up in gold too.
Yeah.
They're getting some gold in the side lane. You know, they get that inner turret. They're trying to hide on bush.
Executioners is done. We're buying Ward Stones now. Good on you, Kellen.
Nice.
A complete toss-up. No idea.
No clue.
GA's done. You know, Clear kind of stalled. I do really like the Morellos. I think that's a good buy.
BNK have Otacon.
Yeah, they do.
DK have the Ocean Soul, but
I think, Ocean Soul to me.
I think
it's okay.
Could be pretty good, but
I
given how to favor BNK.
Given how BNK play their fights,
yeah.
I just don't know how much it'll matter. If it's one of those, it's not a 5v5, but it's a 2v2 versus 1, then I think it's good. And you know what? I would have thought BNK would be clean, but at this point,
no.
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 This is what I was saying at the top of the day. Aren't you just sad? This is the last Rise matchup we get the whole year.
Yeah, it is. It's really sad.
Like that's upsetting.
That's the end of the Rise group after
And the LCK.
I mean, we'll still have one team from Rise group.
I know, but it's not.
Moving on in the gauntlet.
They still have a chance. Imagine if Rise group wins LCK, Valdez. Imagine the scenes.
Then we'll really have the true, full answer to which group it was better to be a part of.
A conversation that has been
spans the course of time, eons.
Yes.
It's been quite a while. We've been having this discussion.
Is someone just gonna walk in and die? I kind of expect Barrel to like
Probably.
take a portal and just be stuck in the pit and have to flash.
He almost missed.
No, I know. And then he just has to flash. And
yeah.
Like, well, okay.
But it's okay. He's just baiting.
Yeah. Maybe.
The bottom lane is kind of in shambles for BNK. At least they got their inhibitor back.
So GA is also done for aiming now, which is good.
Yeah.
Because he has been really struggling to stay alive in these fights. GA isn't done yet for Diablo, who I can't really say he's been struggling to stay alive because I feel like that's not his. It's not really his priority.
He's just kind of going the way Diablo normally goes.
So both teams are going to be looking to, I think in the case of BNK, try to layer as much of their CC onto any targets, really, and just make sure you blow them up. Whereas DK want to kind of try and accept the initial burst and then drag out the fight. They definitely don't want to fight in jungle. They might just pull the trigger here. Wouldn't surprise me. The bigger and wider open the spaces that they fight in, the better. The pick potential for DK is pretty good with the Barrel ultimate, but no one's playing sidelines at this point, so I don't know how much that really matters. Real. So contesting vision is pretty easy for both teams. Lucid has his flag. Nico has obviously the clone that she can send out. There isn't really frontline, so everyone does just kind of die. But side laning is better for DK. I don't know if that'll matter, but that's what they're trying to play towards right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kellen just trying to force something to start, as that is going to be a missed ult and make it 2. D plus Kia. really reaching, it feels like, very far down the lane to try to make the play happen.
A little bit of damage.
Yeah. It's going to be poked out. Showmaker still here in the side lane. BNK don't seem to have a good answer to this.
Okay, they will have Vision of Raptor. He TP's back as well. That's definitely quite early. And that's also TP gone. He does have Realm Warp available. Kind of expect BNK to just start this up now.
Yeah, probably should.
Minions are hitting the inhib.
Yeah. Not important for BNK.
Okay, there's a TP. This might be it.
It's coming in from Shio, but the engage is onto aiming. They're going to zone him away, but they use quite a lot. Flash and Equalizer and Tibbers. And so they have to pull off of the Baron.
Still to Jace. She was behind them.
Elder about to spawn here in 20
have ult.
seconds. They're going to find Shio on the backside, but it's only Clear that can do anything to him.
Inhib's down.
They just let it go. They're like, no, we didn't want that anyway.
Well, you kind of do, though.
Nah. They had 2 TPs, and they're like, you know what?
But this is
why save our inhibitor?
I think this is still favorable for BNK. Aiming doesn't have flash. Useless cleanse as well. Yes, you lose the inhib, but you do still have TPs available. It's okay. It's gonna be Elder Flip. It's gonna be Elder Flip.
No flash Tibbers. As they're
got
gonna find
Diablo.
Can they follow up on it is really the question, as the zoning is there, but Shio is on the back line. Kellen getting pretty low himself, but Shio goes into a GA.
They got Raptor.
They did get Raptor as well, and that is going to be huge. The flash exhaust comes in as the kiting will begin, and Vikla doesn't have any help here as the front line just disappears. Shio's still doing a ton of damage. And Diablo just by himself gets flashed on by the Jarvan. And that will be the end of this game. Just a weird fight in the mid lane. No objectives taken. And DK will take it eventually.
And like a good thriller, when you think you know what's about to happen, it takes a left turn. We thought we were gonna get an Elder Flip. We thought it was gonna be an objective fight. No. They just kind of fight each other. And DK somehow get a clean ace. And DK game 1 strikes again, and I don't feel like that's a good representation of the game.
Very convincing fashion.
But I
here
don't
for
really
DK.
have another way of talking about it, Valdez.
The Zambessa here for Shio just ended up being so gigantic in the late game, and comes back to their comp. You know, we've seen other Yunara comps fall flat when it's only Yunara, and they just try to protect her, but they had Ryze, they had Yunara, and they had Ambessa. And eventually one of those carries was going to be able to do something in the late game. Even if aiming didn't have a flashy Yunara performance and got bullied a lot, they just had Shio to clean up.
And in the end, it's Beryl that finds the catch. That starts off the fight.
Yeah.
Oh, 5 of these, please.
It's always Beryl, isn't it? He's
in one way or
inevitable.
another.
Yep. It all comes back to Beryl, the LoL master. Most damage goes to Clear, second to Vikla. And still not able to get the win. Doesn't quite matter. I mean, there was a lot of taking damage from them. As I feel like both of these teams have so much to go over after that game 1. Lots of tape to dig into. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
애니 보여.
애니는 없다. 나 살짝 볼게. 애니 없어. 야,
그렇게 갈게 밖에 없어.
나 키아나. 그렇게. 야, 우리 니꺼 먼저, 니꺼.
키아나 누구? 키아나 노공이야 하나면. 키아나 봐봐. 키아나.
살짝 가. 야, 이겼어, 여기. 밀어내도 돼.
야 노플인데 애니. 관문 열어줄 수 있나?
천천히.
좋은 거 같아.
애니. 다음에 미카엘, 못 봐주겠다. 미안하다. 애니 잡았나?
야 뚜껑 대시야 와봐.
애니 잡았어. 끝났어, 얘들아, 끝났어. 탑이 더 빠른 것 같아.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. And just like any great cinema, game number 1 finishes with maybe not a cliffhanger, but definitely wanting more after that last one. It was D plus Kia getting the victory, but it was anything but a direct drive. It was a Kiana early pick by BNK Fearx, played out very cleanly, then a throw, and then another throw, and then kind of waiting, and then just everyone remembering they're part of Rise Group. This is the Rise Group Finals, the last 2 Rise Group teams, and they just kept running into each other, Ox.
I appreciated the artist's vision in this one. You know, I saw what they were going for. It was very chaotic, very all over the place, but I feel like D+ really got to grips with what that comp needed to do to win out in the end. And I think BNK Fearx, they had a lot of team fighting power, but it just felt like they weren't able to bring it together when it came to those big fights.
Yeah, we could definitely see it from the gold graph as well. I feel like BNK had such a great setup. You know, I really like the idea that you have Kiana and a lot of setups, something like Nico and Annie. So it was working out, but I think the mid game, I think DK had such a better team fight positioning as well. So it was a lot of ups and downs here.
Yeah, the remembering that they are Rise Group teams isn't when D+ took the lead. It was when D+ threw the lead right there. Not through the lead. It was taken away by BNK Fearx. So much so that our first highlight is at 34 minutes at the Baron. You know, usually the one that we show at the very end of a series. No, this was the important moment because there were so many things happening.
Yeah, so it's important to note, Showmaker's applying this pressure in the base. This forces Vikla back to deal with him. And the Annie not being there in the team fight gives a lot more free reign to the Yunara, to aiming when he's in this fight. And we see it playing out, and we see actually Diablo takes it upon himself to try and be that threat towards the Yunara. And actually makes a pretty pivotal error here, because he goes forward, has flash, has barrier, doesn't flash the Ambessa ult, flashes out after, doesn't use barrier and goes down. And I think not having the Annie there to help deal with the Yunara was a big hit, but also, unfortunately, Diablo just missed playing a bit. Gave the advantage over to D+ in that fight.
Again, I think it was really great macro play here from Showmaker because, as I mentioned in the draft, I think Kiana having the setup with Annie and Nico makes so much stronger for BNK in the team fight. But I think after Showmaker actually split pushing like late game, I think that made BNK rushing some decision makings, and I think that was really critical from DK here.
Yeah, BNK Fearx, a great team playing on one lane, but there are 3 lanes, and they lost the bot inhib there, and we're going to show you how they lost the top inhib and then eventually the game.
I mean, again, Showmaker, he knows that BNK's strong point here. So all they want is 5v5 with the Kiana and Nico. So he's just keep pushing on the side lane. And I think that makes BNK really struggle to find out the fight positioning. And I think the rest of the team from DK also played really well with the distance because they didn't actually give the range for BNK to engage the fight. And yeah, Rise kept pushing on the side lane. So you have to deal with it. Like, oh man, we want to fight, but we can't really fight. So it was great calculation from Showmaker. He's gonna end up getting the top inhib as well. And now BNK kind of have to go for Nashor here.
Yeah, it feels like they were trying to force things because they felt very desperate with how things have been playing out. They do manage to get the cleanse and flash from aiming, which is a big pickup, but they're not in a position to really continue the fight after using those tools. So this reset comes out, they end up backing off, things slow down again. And we actually end up seeing it's a recall again from Vikla. We had this a little bit earlier. We're having it again. Vikla recalls to deal with the wave in base.
Yeah, look at the base. Like, you have to deal with it, you know, because Showmaker already got the inhib on the top side, right?
And the problem ends up being, because the Annie's leaving, doesn't have Tibbers as well, this is when D+ are like, okay, they're down a member, they don't have the Annie to threaten our no-sum Junara, we can start something. And it's actually Beryl who ends up leading the charge with this Bard ult. Vikla goes to TP back in, but because he's not there, there's no follow-up on the Nico ult. And by the time the Annie arrives, the fight's already over.
So yeah, Yunara has no suns, but it doesn't matter if there is no follow-up on Nico. Kiana was just doing one-on-one against Rise, and Annie just arrived after the fight was already over. So I think DK has such a great macro idea in this game after the mid game.
Yeah, and we had applauded BNK Fearx for playing together as a team, being on the same page. That's what's led them to this success. But as it got to very late, especially in this meta, they were in different minds. Everyone knew that they wanted to fight, but they didn't want to fight together here with it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just feel like, I don't know, Showmaker and DK had such a great idea about how they want to neutralize at the late game. It was just so smart because I think if they went for a 5v5, I think they had no chance against BNK. But they managed to have the silent push with the Rise was just such an insane, crazy, like 200 IQ play.
Especially at the end, you know, Yunara's lost both summoners. You're playing into this brutal engage composition. If you gave them a chance to catch their breath, it could have been deadly, but they really punished well there.
Well, Showmaker gathered the troops there and were able to close out game number 1 with multiple different variables. Did not phase the world champion. Let's see what they do for game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys, for that breakdown as BNK sort of broke down to DK's awesome 200 IQ macro play, as what it put it. We're getting ready for game number 2, as says the Fox will take the last train to the next round. You know, only one can take the train, this train at least, as BNK, they'll remain on the blue side here for game number 2. Feel like they had a good draft, but just wasn't enough to put 1 and 2 together and actually win some team fights in the late game.
And I really liked the breakdown from the space because, let's be real, it was really hard for us to keep track what was happening because too much was happening.
Yeah.
But I keep going back to that fight in the jungle around 18 minutes because I feel like BNK were on such great track to just snowball. And once you really get 3K gold behind or ahead with that composition, you can just steamroll through any fight, right? And they never really get to go back. They got to clean that up. And for DK, their early game was just straight up not good. A lot of their game ones in previous series, we've often actually talked about how different they look in that game versus the rest. Able to generally play a lot more controlled. They gave over 4 kills very early on. Wasn't until they really started finding some of those fights that they were able to turn it around a little bit. As we continue seeing a lot of Shiu Prio being paid here. I think Sion high on the list of picks that both top laners kind of want to go towards here. Maybe Renekton?
Yeah, they're considering right now if they want to ban Pantheon again. And a lot of discussion. It's going to be Talia, actually, so you would imagine that Pantheon has to be picked up here.
We have seen Pantheon kind of struggle. A lot of really rough games from many of our Pantheon players. Because as good as the pick is, if you don't snowball mid-game, it does end up feeling pretty lackluster. But the early and mid-game make up for it. There's obviously also always the ability to play to the side lanes until much deeper in the game. But every Pantheon game where he looks really broken is when he just pop off early and you dive side laner like 3-4 times and then they're out of the game. So Sion would be high on the prio list. Not necessarily what I'd want to see for Shiu. I think we've all been pretty outspoken that this guy's tank play is just fine and his carries are great. As Sion and Xin Zhao are very much tier list picks. So they do make sense. And then Claire's probably going to just go, like Renekton. But Xin Zhao into Pantheon, I'm never the biggest fan of. I feel like this pick is like perfectly fine, but it doesn't really excite us whatsoever.
Yeah, the blind Vlad, also not very exciting.
Of course, with Klepto, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe if it were a different top laner. Sion
times
picked here as Trundle, you know, unless they're going to play it in top or support. It's not going to be a threat here, as it looks like Lucian Braum for Diablo and Kellen, something they've gone back to many a time.
There it is again. This is what they used, if I remember correctly, in game 1 against KT as well. Looked super clean. Does mean that DK most likely is going to pick a mid laner here and then ban to kind of enable it. This would fill me with... I'm feeling very whelmed, leaning towards under. Victor, to me, just hasn't really felt that strong. That I feel
6.
That's a lot better. Now, the cool thing about the Ziggs here is that it is very much a flex pick. You can slam a support on 4 and keep unclear where he's going. It does mean that BNK is probably going to ban like Chase What else? Jace Tristana. Because you do, of course, run the risk of this being flexed towards aiming, and then Showmaker picking up an 80 mid Fred. So it makes the draft really awkward, I think, here for BNK. So I do like this a lot.
Ziggs is just a really good pick.
Yeah.
It works in a lot of different situations. It does require a little bit of finesse, and you need to know what you're doing.
And build the right thing, max the right.
Build the right thing, yes. You know, we'll check in with the Hawks, but it's just it's a top pick nowadays, and I like the Leona ban. It's the most played here for Barrel, or I believe had the most wins on it at least.
He did, yeah.
And it's a favorite. He has a skin on it, a world skin.
So like that and Rakan maybe? Trying to think what we've often seen. If you still want to go engage support, but you are playing in the Braum, I think Rakan Xin is also good. So it wouldn't surprise me if they ban that one away as well. Poppy is another that I'm like double checking because I feel like normally she's hit the ban list earlier at this point. Doesn't look to be the case.
Ahri ban, pretty interesting. Was an old comfort pick for Vikla, but it's not been the kind of stuff he's been playing nowadays.
It is like with Pantheon, I think, just it's so good, right? The Tilia was already taken away earlier in the draft, but you can just kind of win a lot of games by abusing that point and click. It's going to be the Alistar instead. So Rakan and Rel are still open here. Provide very different things. So is Poppy. That will make sense to me as well. I think Poppy is really good in the Pantheon.
Yeah.
Does have lockdown and a lot of upfront burst. You already have good front line as well with the Scion. So I do think that Poppy able to provide a lot of utility. This is better for the team fight, right? You provide a lot more ability to lock down multiple targets, which Ziggs does really enjoy. And it's yet another pick that Barrel has leaned on very heavily in his career.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. They have enough front line at this point. Do you really need the Poppy just for what is Pantheon at the moment? You do know that BNK will play aggressively, though, so...
Oh, yeah.
Should be more.
I go back again to something that we highlighted as the Clear Sante gets picked up, which is that the counter pick in mid was one of the biggest tools that BNK used in their previous series to beat DK. It's being denied again. You can obviously counter pick the Ziggs here, but I really do think that D+ is very happy to kind of swap it either way. So what is it going to be for Vikla here? Now he's the one playing Victor. And I'm Valdez. Victor Pantheon.
Victor Pantheon's really sad, and also it's not very good into Ziggs. So
guys, we need AD,
and you can be straight up counterpicked here.
Guys, we need AD. We're not.
Oh, they have shattered Sunder Sky Xinjiao.
Yes,
it's fine. Just play Vlad.
There's a Cassante on the enemy team.
Oh, okay. We're just playing Veigar. Okay. Little bit of spicy draft prep coming in here for this game.
I don't know if I could have hated an R5 Veigar more, because I love R5 Veigar. Okay, I'm a big fan.
But it's spicy and new, Chronicler.
No, I'm a big fan. But like, what? You don't have AD damage. They have Cassante.
Sunder Sky Xinjiao should be good enough, right?
Not only that, but you reduce the value of your Ziggs because they're going to stack MR. Yes. And then that you can't play Veigar Ziggs.
You're right.
Unless you have like, if your top side is like Jason Neferi, I'm like, go off. Good luck. Go get. Oh my god. I know the fix. You have to go Lethality Scion. You have to go Lethality. I'm not even joking.
Maybe you will.
No, I'm not memeing.
It is
like
you.
I'm not even.
I believe it.
I'm not even a little bit. I think otherwise your draft is just going to get boomed.
You know, normal Scion kind of gets boomed by Cassante as well. I'm not sure how Lethality Scion does in that matchup, but yeah, well, why not take it for a test run?
Yes, your qualification
here on stage. Well, you're creating a lot of room for the Ziggs with your Event Horizon. That's fun, right? Damage profile is not necessary. Let's get ready to jump on the riff for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2.
Come on, show me that phase rush shield, please. Please. No!
Thrash. Unlucky. Veigar's pretty good into Victor.
Yeah.
I suppose that's why they selected it.
Yeah, you get the skill for free, right?
Yeah.
If he ever walks up late, you have really easy gank setup as well.
Poke potential's very high because you're creating a lot of room.
Yeah, and your comp is like, again, if they had a different top laner, I wouldn't be. If this was the Ambessa game, I really wouldn't be as bothered. But I know she was going to be building full damage.
Really?
Sorry, full tank, no damage. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it doesn't end up mattering. Maybe Cassante won't buy 5 MR items every time.
Yeah, I foresee him doing that. And Vikla, you know, he's got a decent amount of damage on his team. He can build tanky and probably be fine.
I also don't like the Victor one bit. I think that you really wanted a mid laner here.
Well, they have one. It's Victor.
Yeah, well, I would appreciate it. Finish, fellas. I'm already tilted enough by these drafts.
If they had a mid laner.
I clearly was going for a pause for dramatic effect. If they had a mid laner that had, like, good follow-up on the Pantheon W or set up for a Pantheon W.
Okay. Trading Flash is here. It's going to be a win for B&K's bot lane.
I think if they get a bigger... I would have felt better about it if they got a better health trade. Aiming does still have access to the TP, right? So you have to be a little bit careful that you don't trade too much and then end up getting TP done and just being behind in tempo for the rest of the game. Showmaker is just going to be looking to stack. Hasn't played Veigar in quite a while, but we have obviously seen it from him before. This is also one of those games where if either Showmaker or Aiming end up building like double Roa, it's going to be really funny. Because then we get to see Ox talk about that on the space.
So the last player to play this was BDD into Showmaker. Very different matchup into Talia. We don't know what the jungler was, but you can imagine, you know, BDD definitely a Veigar enjoyer and has pulled it out many a time. But perhaps that wasn't the right game, and this was the perfect spot. Right, Chronicler?
Yeah. I'm just thinking, it could have been Tristana. That wasn't banned, right?
Wasn't banned, no. That was a little miss on the dash, but essentially just two tanks going head-to-head. Eventually, Cassante will make Sion's life hard, but not yet.
As Lucid, should be looking for top crab. As highlighted, Pantheon has already been struggling on this patch. Currently sitting on a pretty substantial loss streak. A lot of those games were also, they were not pretty. They really were very one-sided. I love this, though. This is a Raptor classic. Going for the early gank. There's no heal available, no flash on Aiming. Pantheon also has the ability with his Empowered W to proc Bromstun immediately.
They don't fully clear the wave, and Kellen is tanking this one up all the way down. First blood goes to the Pantheon, and they deny a tiny little bit away from Aiming.
But that's so big, because the kill went over to Aiming, and he just gets the TP back.
Yeah.
And I think Barrow actually, if I saw it correctly, interrupting... Oh, if he can get the cancel, that'd be huge. Like, doesn't find it there. Okay, so he's going to be able to make his way back, but it's still really rough here for Diablo. I think he interrupted the Pantheon stun, which meant that Aiming didn't get... Because again, when you land the Empowered W, you get the autos, which means that you would instantly proc it. But I think Barrel actually interrupts him mid-dash there. And he still does damage, right? Like, they still get the kill into Aiming.
Yeah.
But given that how that played out, like, I think Callan makes the right call, actually, because I think that it's better for him to die there and Raptor still be in the play. But it means that it's a positive trade for DK, because now Aiming does actually have a tempo lead. He's going to now base with his chapter done, and he's going to be feeling great.
Well...
It's gonna be
no chapter done.
Actually, yeah, I thought it was gonna...
bit of a trade up here in the top lane. Shiu in a lot of trouble.
He has another cookie.
Is Sion. It's getting smacked down. There's the shield. And eventually, who am I kidding? Sion's never in trouble. I was just kind of hoping to make it true. As there's the sun down from Barrel. Vikla getting bullied just a little bit.
Yeah, Veigar doesn't have damage yet. I'm also seeing a Ruby Crystal in Showmaker's inventory.
Yes.
Just noticing.
Roa, on the way.
It's
All right, well, level 6. Arcane Storm comes out, and the flash on through wanted to Press that R button onto Vikla, just going to trade flashes there.
I don't even think he would have died.
I think he needed another Q.
Yeah, I don't like, or another W hit. I don't think it would have actually died, but it's flash for flash, which I would say favors Vikla actually. I think Victor has an easier time farming from a little bit of a distance, and the Pantheon ganks are so strong. Now, to offset that, Showmaker is playing Veigar into Pantheon, so he can just cage himself, and Raptor can't really interact with that. As now we have the swap still in place, but yeah, Cyan, neither Cyan or Cassante are really bothered, but I definitely think Cyan is feeling better. He is not building damage, by the way, guys. I know.
No.
I sold you a lie.
Yeah.
I was dreaming of a rift where, you know, Bowsy would have been, he wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
It would have been great. It would have been fun. But if you get ahead early, then none of that really matters. Like the damage, lack of damage rather, I think isn't going to be the biggest of deals.
They'll figure it out.
You mean BNK?
BNK will figure it out and build MR.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm worried though.
Should be good.
I don't know if it will be fine.
It'll be fine. For, you know, one side. We'll see which side that is. Diablo kind of just farming under turret. Doesn't look like he's having a lot of fun down here. But gets the whole wave. He's not too far behind Aiming, who now has his chapter finished.
There we go. At least Aiming is not also going for a tanky build. That would have...
yeah, I think that really would not have been a good idea.
It wouldn't have been. But we're doing a lot of not good ideas already, Feldes. This is early game. Both teams realistically can look at this draft and go, we're playing for spikes, right? We don't really need to do that much very early on. For Diablo, I think you're going to be looking towards your first item spike when you get Essence Reaver. Level 6 being available for BNK is also good. Their ability to quickly take down a single target and collapse on side is really strong with Pantheon. But once DK is entrenched in a position into Ziggs Veigar, like that sucks. Like that's not a good time. And I think they're too late. Like DK is entrenched. They really get to set up properly here.
Just trying to engage on a Vikla who does not have his flash. He's going to get caged, and down he will go. First kill for the side of DK will come down to Lucid. Raptor getting on in there, not going to, well, he gets the one grub, but he's not going to get out of here, as that is a couple of kills going the way of D+Kia.
2-0 Zinza. That's the solution to the future troubles, Feldes.
There you go.
As BNK, I was really, really worried about them trying to contest, and it just backfires immensely. I feel like with Pantheon in particular, you really need to get value out of his ultimate in the initial setup and find a big pick, but they don't really have that. DK, again, is already entrenched. I think you should have just played for sides here. As Vikla just walks up, doesn't have flash again because of the previous play, and just dies. And like, yeah, Clear gets the ultimate from, or the flash from Shield, that's nicely done. But Raptor takes a ton of damage very early on. And if BNK isn't starting a fight by like isolating one target, blowing them up, they're not going to win the fights. Like, they're not going to win the team fights without Pantheon there, who again, didn't really get to play the game. Victor was already taken down. And if you actually are just front to backing, I think DK's comp just kind of walks over you, and now Aiming is accelerated. Lucid is going to have an accelerated, is going to base now and going to pick up that Sundered Sky. I think DK are feeling good. Now we do know, again, that what's the line? Like, past success is no guarantee. Baby. Well, yeah, but past success is no guarantee for future success.
Something like that, yeah.
Which I think does apply to any Rise Group team, really.
Yeah, I mean, BNK had a lead in game 1. They did throw that lead.
Very good.
And it went back and forth.
Yes. This
DK eventually won. So maybe DK get the lead here, and then they throw that lead, and then BNK eventually win.
I'm also fairly certain that the win rate for DK in Game 2 specifically is really low. I don't know what it is, but as a DK fan, I know it's low. For BNK though, I think it's also a good opportunity to kind of talk about the journey the team has had. I think the fact that they were able to, nice catch there, but I think Shield unfortunately is very tanky.
Yeah. I think you can still talk about the journey of B&K.
Because I really, even if they do end up losing this game, which I think by no means is a given, and they'll be down match points, they have been having such a crazy turnaround of the year. Because I remember thinking, like, at the beginning of the year that they were actually going to be really struggling, even going into, like, round 3 and 4. I think we saw particularly the solo laners really struggle, and the resurgence that Clara and Vikla have found as comes the ultimate, and I keep getting distracted, and I really shouldn't. I should know.
Going back in, still Sion. It's actually a lot of damage. He's looking for something.
Doesn't have flash, and there's a turret, so
yeah.
Diablo, don't check that brush. Don't do it.
Did you say check that brush?
So,
all right, here we go. They're going to find Raptor over the top. The Ziggs bomb comes in, and Raptor, they're just going to turn on a Kellen instead and let Raptor go. Not sure about that, but either way, they get the surefire kill in the trade.
Should be the Dragon going over as well. That is a heavy investment, though. That's 2 flashes. But, yeah, so this is one thing we also need to talk about. What's the engage for B&K? Like, how do they actually start a fight?
Engage
again, into Ziggs and Veigar.
Yeah, engage Braum.
Maybe my waffling about damage profiles just turns out to be moot. It doesn't matter at all.
XX Soul.
And I just looks, oh my god. And I just look silly, Valdez.
I mean, they do have a 3-0 Xin Zhao with Sundered Sky.
Okay, I know he's really good for 80 damage now, but let's be real. If we go full Rise group.
So Daniel Longs Harrison made a very good point in our group chat. He said DK are convinced that Lucid can do 47k damage again, so that they don't need any other AD.
Wait, I should have known that. You know, this is why I'm happy that I'm giving over the reins of the Lucid fan club to him, because he knows these things.
He knows.
Now, I didn't see the angle. That's on me.
I mean, Lucid was the guy. So
that one's in Zhao game. He was.
He did, yeah.
For B&K though, I want to see them actually utilize the power of particularly the Freeman unit of the Pantheon, the Lucian, and the Braum. And that, I think, they're investing that early dive was a good call. It just didn't end up working out. That could have been a very different game. Say that Diablo gets that kill, and they start there rolling early. They take down aiming. He ends up going down. They can play through that, but I'm worried for B&K that after teams having seen more of how much attention they pay towards both, even Bengi mentioned it in the pregame interview today, that teams have been able to anticipate a little bit about that, or anticipate that and be able to respond appropriately. Also, you know, the more I think about it, the Veigar angle is just like Diablo as well, playing Lucian and he dashes in and then he just gets caged and then he's just sad.
Yeah, it's very hard for the Lucian to approach. You basically just have to try to culling them down and hope you do enough damage to maybe get the execution after the fact.
So we're playing for Herald in about a minute. But I find solace in the fact that this is Rise Group and there is no way that this is just a clean game to win. Like, it's just not going to happen. There's no shot.
That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. I do agree. Lucid is actually a raid boss. Diablo doesn't get to play the game. Really did not want to flash, but now he's got to get away from the redemption kill. This is already complete here for Beryl.
I swear. Oh, Raptor, you might have to flash.
Yeah, he definitely will have to. I don't know if that's going to help him, though, as he might just die first. There's the R button press from Showmaker, and he is down. T plus Kia controlling everything around this early game.
So that's Flash and Barrier gone on Diablo. Beryl showcasing again that he is in fact the most aggressive redemption user we have. Healing isn't relevant, you know, he wants to max out the damage stats for that. For B&K though, the early dive didn't end up quite panning out. But just like we had the jungle fight in the previous one, for me here, that early Herald fight, I think they bit of more than they could chew in here. Kellen Diablo trying to fight a little bit for position, but like the rest of the team just isn't in a position. And yes, you can have your Pantheon ult in, and Victor is on the flank. But you got to play that slower, and you definitely got to make sure that Diablo isn't the one that is threatening, as yeah, you guys couldn't see the face Veldis made, but I don't know about that one. Raptor, that definitely, we knew they were there.
It's kind of like getting baited by the vision they have rather than playing safe around the vision they don't have, which is what they should be doing, especially after losing one. Engage Braum comes in. They're going to find Beryl. In goes the Pantheon. Gets in the cage, actually. Diablo and Kellen, though, zoned away, as eventually Beryl kind of fail flashes and will go down here. But Diablo pretty low. Let's see what will come of this fight now, as she was just gonna land that full Q as in goes the cage, and that Cassante not very safe here. Showmaker says nobody can get close to me. Raptor trying to frontline for the team. They will take down Lucid actually, but the bomb gets him on the backside. Vikla continuing to go here up against Showmaker, as eventually the Braum, or rather Raptor does bite the dust, and Showmaker actually gets the kill at the very end with the Q. Just takes him out, just like that.
And the Yordles reign supreme in this one, Veldis, as neither Aiming nor Showmaker goes down in that fight. It's a mess, but I love the start of this fight for BNK. This is what you want, a segmented fight, an attempt at taking down some of the crucial members, but Showmaker doesn't go down. Beryl going down really doesn't matter that much. Very funny flash, Beryl, do appreciate that. That's great stuff. But then here, I think that it makes sense that they want to go for this. But a great ultimate from Shiyu sets up the first kill, and then Vikla doesn't have that much damage. I think could have played more aggressive with his health bar, but with the bomb from Aiming, there's just too much damage available here. He's heavily accelerated, and Showmaker again is getting maximum value out of the extra tankiness that he gets with that row up. And the game is I think, nigh unplayable here, barring a colossal throw from DK, and BNK, they're going to keep trying, but it's not working!
They're going in onto mines. I mean, Diablo trying to tank this one out, essentially. Lucid, though, caught out, and eventually does go down. Showmaker gets there a little bit too late.
Okay.
Not his fault, of course, but that's a kill over to the side of BNK.
Possible double dragon angle.
Yeah, I mean, getting this first Hextech Drake certainly makes their lives a lot easier, as DK are going to have a lot less pressure. Even though they have a 4,000 gold lead, if you're not building up the Drakes, up the objectives, you're giving a chance over to BNK to come back in this game.
Testing is really risky, yeah. I think DK also realizes that. Barrow doesn't have smite.
Gotta find Kellen, but actually it was a bait, and Clear just kind of misses. All right, there's the slow and the stun follow-up, and Showmaker is just dead. No flash for him, and it's a shutdown going over to Diablo.
There we go. There's my rice group. I knew it was coming. As too much damage gets thrown into Diablo, he ends up surviving. Lucid ends up going down. That is so much of their damage just gone immediately, of their consistent damage, I should say. As we take another look here, as they go in onto the Braum, but again, a lot of damage going into the Braum, and more importantly, Diablo doesn't actually die here. So they go in, he lives, Lucid overextends, doesn't have enough Sundered Sky procs to save his life, and Vikla arrives to the fight earlier than Showmaker. And then here, it starts off a little silly, because Claire tries to go for the Flash W, does not quite hit it, but they still get the slow. Showmaker ends up going down. Way too much damage available. That's a kill going over to Diablo. That's a lot of gold into that Lucian. And look at that. The gold lead, not quite where we need to. 1-1 Herald fight, Veldis, and things are right back where they should be, in perfect equilibrium.
Yeah.
This fight is really hard, though. There's 2 items done on almost every one of DK, and I don't think you can approach this Herald. So you got to be very careful, as aggressive stature from Aiming, but doesn't really follow it up with much more damage.
It's fine if there's no engage on the enemy comp, right? You're not really being not really being threatened. And here comes Shiyu, the flash into the sun. Diablo just needs to get out of the fight right now, although Lucid is going so deep for this Lucian, and I think he just dies to Cassante instead. So Lucid seeing blood in the water, but now he only sees his own. Kind of unfortunate there. Some low health bars, though, on the side of BNK, so maybe DK can roll into something here.
It also means that they can't do the Herald. I kind of want to see how that happened, because I feel like the fight also moved away from him. Gonna have to do another checkup, but that might mean the Herald goes over. So starts off with a lot of damage. Diablo dashes in, so does Kellen, but the engage bomb does not hit the mark. And then Shiu goes in onto the backline here. But what is the rest of DK doing? So they are keeping safe, because Raptor goes in on Showmaker, so Lucid ends up being overextended by himself, and that's going to be the Herald going over here to BNK. Smite is there. Now DK might look immediately for Otacon. That wouldn't surprise me.
It's pretty early, but, you know, as well, I suppose. You know, Lucid was 3-0 in this game. Now he's 3-3. I feel like we've had this situation where these teams, these players, they get ahead and they feel like they're just invulnerable. And they just feel like they can do anything. Lucid, notwithstanding, he is going to start up the Otacon.
I think, yeah, they can definitely take this, though. I don't really think there's a great position here for BNK. And I wish that DK played a little bit more towards just playing. That's the most Diablo dash I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm like, tell that to BNK. They're going to make a position.
I just don't think you can approach here. Like, your engage just isn't good enough.
Well, what if you just force it?
With the Herald, let's go!
Yeah, just force it. And now you're, okay, well, your Pantheon is very far away from the Heralds, or the Otacon, rather, and, yeah, no, I have no idea. She was just going to ult away, and they just get the Otacon for free.
You know that SpongeBob meme where, like, Squidward's in his house and he's looking at the people?
Yeah.
That was Raptor, like, looking like, no, my Otacon! They're taking it!
He could have just hit the right wall.
Yes.
And maybe he gets himself in a bad spot,
He's
but
Pantheon with E.
better than whatever this was.
Truly the wisest of groups. As yeah, so we take a look here. The knockups are nice, but the zone control is insane, meaning that the rest of the team can't really walk up until it's already too late. The fact that no one blocks Shiu there as well, because if you just get ahead of him, you at least get a kill for your efforts. Well, that's not the case. So that's now a lot of experience going towards DK. And Showmaker is about to hit the threshold as well on his ultimate. And now the gold leads are there, but BNK will always be fighting to the death. Third item is done for Diablo. That's a big power spike on the Lucian here. Drake's up in 15. And this time, it is BNK that has control of the area. And for DK, reclaiming is going to be slow and steady.
Yeah. They can just throw a bunch of stuff into the bush and threaten. As clear, yeah, he's getting that angle. The Event Horizon is down, and Lucid has to Crescent Guard already. And yes, Redemption comes down, but they just run away. Maybe a re-engage here, a re-contest.
Yeah, Lucid's going to try and heal. They're going to look for the fight here, I think. But Soulpoint's going to go over for now to BNK.
Yeah, and they throw everything in that they possibly can outside of the smite, of course, so it just goes to BNK. And Claire's like, well, we could fight, but why? We don't really need to. We got the objective. And they have taken 2 Drakes down 4,000 gold in a row. So now they're looking for Shiu here. He does have his ult, so he just presses that. Little satchel in mid. And so DK are getting more gold on the map.
That they are. We're going to get back to the conversation, though, about my worries about the damage late game for DK. As I think we're already seeing some of it, where they have a lot of bursts, but the consistent damage isn't that great, because you're lacking an AD carry as the fight comes through.
All right, they're just TPing in behind enemy lines.
Wait, and Raptor can ult in as well. Clear is on his way.
Raptor can for sure. BNK say, we want to fight, and we will have a fight. As there's the Event Horizon. Gonna...
Is that just it?
Zone them away.
So we just trade TP for TP and we leave?
Yeah. They're just really good at controlling space. But I feel like if BNK could start a fight, they should.
They want to. That's a risk.
All right, Culling's going to come down once again. The stun going to hit the Scion, but everything is thrown into Shiu. So that's not the target they were looking for, and immediately BNK are backing away.
We're just brawling in the river. Is Shiu okay? Like, he's really far up. Is he just dead?
You mean Clear?
Sorry, Clear.
Is, maybe. He is Cassante. And he's not quite going to time that correctly. As down he will go. Lucid does have to go into the Crescent Guard. But yeah, Clear not taking the correct path.
I'm 99% sure you can't actually, unless you are on the spot as it comes down, because you can't simultaneously be like being invulnerable to the stun while proccing the W, so you just end up dashing back into the wall.
He was just trying to time it, but
Yeah, I think you just, having played a good amount of Veigar, I think you just can't dash out of that unless you're on the cusp and have the W ready. But that's like, it's just a kill. It doesn't really change too much. I think BNK, I know the gold lead doesn't look great. I know they're down pedals and levels. I just got a feeling.
You got a feeling? Yeah.
Is this the tempo?
Is this tempo?
Can I read them? Or am I just...
You only understand how to read them as you're leaving, you know?
Yeah.
You only gain that power at the very end.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good character arc.
Yeah.
Next time, I gotta admit curses are real, and then it's just, that's a full wrap.
You should.
No.
I mean, okay, we're just dashing into melee range of the Scion. And that's going to be the flash setup, but Diablo, who's going to take the bomb to the face too, as there's the engage from the bait, but he just dies. And now we have a flank coming in. Diablo in a lot of trouble. He's immediately going to start going the other way, but Flash comes in and you can't get away from the Xin Zhao. Clear, zoned away on the right side, and Raptor all by his lonesome is continuing to go in, gets the kill, as Sundered Sky, more OP than Sundered Sky in this case. And
Clear's going to get the execute again?
Yeah, he's just clearing the wave too.
Oh, I like that. No! I thought Showmaker was further away. He wasn't.
So did Clear.
Okay. Diablo, I have defended you many a time. This sequence of play, though... So he ults in. I think he's lucky, actually, that aiming knocks him out of the Cyan knock-up. But he also, I think, walked back into a bomb.
He did, yeah.
And then...
It was all bait.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I thought so for a second, but unfortunately... We've talked a lot about the damage struggles for the DK comp. This is a good opportunity to talk about the damage struggles for the BNK comp. Because they have Victor, who isn't real yet, especially...
Banshee build second.
Banshees, which I actually think makes... Like, I think that this is one of those games where it makes sense. But also, so Victor doesn't do damage. And then you have Pantheon, who's just behind. And then you have Cassante. Doesn't have a second item yet. And then you have just Lucian, who just dashed into BNK, no!
What happened to Clear building 5 MR items, by the way?
Oh, I didn't want to talk about it because it makes me very mad. Yeah, I'm really...
It doesn't seem like he got the assignment correct, you know? He like asked his friend what the assignment was, but he gave him one from like last week.
I guess it's fine. It's fine.
It's okay, yeah.
It's okay. BNK are just going to get sold. And then none of that other stuff matters. And they'll just slow DK down.
Will they?
Although I do think DK is definitely going to be looking for a flank here. And Shiyu has been really good on these engages on the Scion.
Yeah. Flank Scion.
The Raptor doesn't have flash, but he can go for the ultimate in. If Raptor steals this, if they get soul, that could be a win condition for BNK Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely could be. We have TP coming in from the Victor. As potential stun here from the engaged Braum. Clear on the backside. Shiyu doing a good job of zoning everybody away. As Kellen is just dead. But a lot used into the Braum, I suppose, as the sun is going to miss. It's knocked into the side by the blast cone. That's how I like to see it used. As Diablo now in a lot of trouble. Nowhere for him to go. And it is just an absolute slaughter in favor of D+ Kia. And they will take down this dragon as well.
And that should be, maybe not the Nexus falling, but the end of the game. I think DK are about to go up 2-0 here. And yeah, they're just going to look to end. They have a lot of damage here towards structures with Ziggs. No one with wave clear is up anytime soon. There's pushing to end.
Well, we got 13 seconds on Cassante. That's going to be the first member that actually is able to try to do something. Kellen will have to somehow get in and try to block some shots onto the turrets, perhaps, but it doesn't look like there's enough time. Down he goes, and Clear is up, and all they got to do is hit that Nexus, and they have so much AP that they can. They're just going to get the kill. It's 2-0 to D+ Kia. 30 minutes for Game 2.
D+ actually end up winning a Game 2, perhaps the most surprising out of this series thus far. And with that kind of stalling we had in mid-game, I really did think that we were going to be going towards the petering out of the composition, itemization being on point, but none of that really came to fruition. And The early dive, not going the way of BNK. That was thing number one. The second one was that Victor. It just really... I know I don't look at the damage number. I'm talking real
Okay, I'm not.
I'm talking real damage. I'm talking relevant damage. And Showmaker, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps it was a Veigar angle. Because I do think a lot of what made BNK's game extremely hard was that they were playing 4 melee characters. Effectively, Lucian obviously these ranged, but let's be real. Diablo also didn't play it like a ranged character. The cages were just too much to deal with.
They get across the line, and it's 2-0 for D plus Kia. Looking very solid for them as Ryu and the boys over here will have to figure it out. 2-0, we'll take a break and we'll be right back.
끝날만해. 끝날 것 같은데? 야, 나도 셋 찍고 갈게 이거.
나는 못 가.
와야 될 것 같아. 13초? 스코 애매한가? 해보자. 봐봐. 얘네 소세지로 죽긴 했어. W만 좀 아껴봐. 바로 와야 돼. 루시안, 일단 불안 무시해. 오케이. 호텔 한 번 더 싸워도 이겨. 불안 무시해, 그냥 불안 무시하고 타워 쳐.
봐줄게.
타워. 아래 것까지 치자. 바로 치자. 불안부터 할게. 내가 오늘 산테 막을게. 산테 복 있어, 얘들아.
괜찮아.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you.
No AD carry, no problem for D plus Kia. They make this composition work. Veigar gets pulled on out, and it's 2-0 on the cusp of moving on to the lower bracket quarterfinals. It is D plus Kia. B&K Fearx really just didn't have an answer in this one.
Yeah, I feel like there were some risks taken in the draft by D+ when it came with this composition, you know, going for so heavy in terms of AP. And there was kind of, you know, a clear weakness for each side, but it was more prominent for B&K Fearx when it came to how the game played out. Obviously, when it goes later, the lack of AD for D+ would be a problem, right? If everyone starts atomizing heavily into magic resist, if Lucian ends the game, like starts getting like a more Mortars, that's where the damage is going to feel a bit rougher. If you can't kill people with like your burst combos, if Cassante gets more MR, although we did start with Iceborne Gauntlet for some reason, but the big issue early on for this composition for B&K Fearx that we saw come out was that it's very short-ranged and there's very limited engage options into a comp that just controls space so well. You're playing into Ziggs, you have limited options to reach him, you're playing into Veigar, who makes it harder to reach Ziggs, and Ziggs makes it harder to reach Veigar. So it's just this sort of recurring circle where you ain't getting on top of them and you aren't dealing with those carries.
So even though you didn't have the AD damage for DK, you still managed to have a good matchup on the bot lane and the mid lane. And I think on top of that, Showmaker had such a good laning phase against the Victor, so he managed to trade some flashes and also getting the priority on the mid lane. And I think that kind of the follow-up is on the highlight one, because I think Victor mispositioning himself into that objective fight was pretty huge, crucial moment here on the mid lane. So you can see Victor walking into the brush without flash, by the way, and I think that was just huge misplay from Vikla here, and that kind of ended up DK having a free kills on the AP picks here.
Yeah, and the follow-up ends up being there, and it's so important because if you misplay this early game and you fall behind, the points that we raised, not being able to reach these backline carries, and the lack of AD is never going to be relevant. Not being able to reach the carries really is, and I think that mistake from Vikla, it gave such a lead, and also ensured that Xin Zhao, who was the source of AD, got really far ahead.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. The kills go onto the one person that is going to be the bridge before the AP damage, all the magic damage was going to come online with the Ziggs and the Veigar, and not done yet because all this happened so early on in the game. Same thing happens on the top side of the map here by Herald.
Yeah, so in this situation, I feel like it's just a scenario where, again, B&K Fearx struggling to approach onto D+, and I think throughout this game, she was just doing a great job of kind of zoning away whenever they're able to get early setup. The Pantheon dives in, but the Cage is just so effective consistently at shutting down that follow-up.
Yeah, and also here, Lucid actually push out 1v2 against their bot lane, and I think that was really huge because I think that was the moment where Diablo finally could reach to the target, but Lucy just denies the Diablo completely from the team fight, and after that you can't really do anything because you're 1 HP against Veigar and Ziggs here.
And you see how D+ just managed to disengage from the situation, getting away as B&K Fearx are pushing forwards, and then in the re-engage just able to keep landing that poke, chunking members out. Showmaker trying to find value here at such low HP.
And also again, Cassante dying so much earlier because he built Iceborne Gauntlet against AP champions. You know, you're not playing against Sion for 15 minutes. You have to build AP, some kind of AP tank against 2 AP picks, but it was really irrelevant to build the Iceborne Gauntlet there.
Yeah, that was honestly so egregious to me, the fact that he went for such an armor-heavy item at the start, and obviously into the Sion matchup, it's going to feel okay, but that was a big miss.
Well, speaking of itemization, we do have our Ziggs expert here. Another Ziggs game, Ox. How do you see this one from aiming?
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of all the items he built across the board. You know, I ended up going for like the tier sort of Seraphs later, and I feel like there were some options I liked, some options I didn't, but I just don't think it mattered in a game like this when you're this far ahead. This is kind of what we've seen quite a few times. We talked about it at the start of the show. If you can't reach the Ziggs, it kind of just feels unbeatable. And sometimes I feel like teams have concerns about doesn't the Ziggs lack damage. And even though he is a bursty champion, your Q's such a short cooldown that you just spam it. And he does represent a good amount of DPS in fights, as long as you're consistent with your Qs.
Maybe you can talk about the itemization on aiming right now, but in the other hand, I want to talk about Diablo. like for him mispositioning in the team fights, because we didn't show up in the highlights, but like so many times he was dashing in front of Sion's face and he just get one shots by Sion so many times. And I think Diablo, Ox mentioned that is the only weapon that BNK has right now. But he's not working out, bro.
I hyped him up so much, and he has been the driving force for this team. And he's just, in both games, I feel like there's been pivotal moments where he's really struggled and it's been really rough, and it feels like he's trying to make the plays and it's backfiring. And it definitely feels like a nerves issue, right? This is like the last chance, but I hope we see the Diablo that we've seen all year long, because he hasn't shown up yet today.
At the same time, I feel like from DK's side, Chiu been so solid on the top side today, because he had no issue in the laning phase, and also in the team fight. I think, as you mentioned, he zoned out most of the time the enemy damage dealer. Like his position in the team fight was on point, especially when he played Sion, and also in the game one when he played Ambessa, he tried to reach from the back line whenever he could, and also when he played tanks, he always stand next to aiming to make him feel better on the positioning. I feel like Xiu been having a really great performance today.
Yeah, I like the fact that you brought up the Ambessa and Diablo specifically, because Diablo gets caught by the Ambessa in game one, doesn't flash, doesn't barrier. Here, dashing into the Sion, dashing in front of them, and then realizing I've made a miscalculation. Just a unique look at both of these rookies being put in the spotlight here in playoffs, trying to continue on through the LCK playoffs and get a championship to their name. And it's going to be very difficult for BNK Fearx to turn it back on up. They have no more games to give now, no more losses, or their season's over. For D plus Kia, looking for a date for a rematch against that opening round match against T1. It is 2-0 D plus Kia. Let's get into game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, for that breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 3. Should be BNK with side selection once again. This says, come out, T1. We're ready to fight, essentially. As BNK will select blue side again, so they're not going to go for a bit of a red side gambit or anything like that. So play it straight up.
I think that I would have liked them to swap. I think that I didn't mind it the second time, right, in game 2. I think that's warranted. But going back to the last series, comparing that to this one, BNK's prep was impeccable. And even that, it was still a very close-fought series. Right? Went to 5 games, was a really nail-biting back and forth. And this makes me wonder if BNK are not just getting hamstrung by the fact that Vikla has not been able to get the better of Showmaker, which I think was with those counter picks. Showmaker has been able to get very comfortable matchup every time. And we've seen that really have a big impact as the bans towards Xiu continue. Who I want to echo what Dit was saying. I think this playoffs has really been on an exceptional run thus far, even in the series that DK has not been able to win, just on an individual level. And for BNK, Diablo's got to step it up. Maybe him on a hyper carry, try a protect the president style composition, because they got to try something else. The normal tools haven't been working. And I would be very disappointed if the final Rise Group best of 5 is just a freeze. We deserve more. That's not what we want.
Wouldn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah.
Because I know we always meme like Rise Group doesn't make sense, but we get games.
Yeah. We get back and forth. Best of series. As we do not have a Zir band, we do not have Wukong band. And so far, we do not have Taliyah band either. DK, after 2 winning games, say, let's change everything up here.
So you ban Wukong, and then you can just pick whichever they leave open. I think both Taliyah and Azir are extremely good right now. And okay, well, banning Trundle kind of puts them in a position where they can pick 1, you can pick 2. So if they pick Azir, you pick Taliyah, and you pick Wukong, which is crazy good. But if you end up with Azir into Taliyah, even though the matchup is a bit rough, you're not going to be sad. So I think that BNK are hard forced into picking the Wukong here, but that means you give Azir over. And it looks like instead they are going to take the Azir away from Showmaker. Azir, I think, considered probably the best mid laner on the patch, has basically been perma throughout most of it. And now the expectation is that Wukong Taliyah will follow.
Yeah, I think you have to. You don't necessarily have to pick the Taliyah right here. just because they're not going to play Taliyah jungle with Azir or something weird. So you could just pick Wukong and then make a choice. I am surprised that BNK didn't pick the Wukong and then just take whatever mid laner was left over. They just really prioritized the Azir that much.
And that, to me, comes down to respect for Showmaker, who has been performing really well this playoffs, worried that if he gets the Azir, matchup is going to be unplayable. You're not going to have mid lane prio, which really locks up the map. And yeah, they can wait, right? They can just pick it up on the next one. I would love Rakan, but I do think Rakan blinding is a lot more risky. And there is the potential for Sylas, obviously, when you lock in Alistar, but like, do you really want to slam Sylas jungle this early? I don't know. Obviously, you do know the matchup that you have in the jungle, but also even though the Wukong ult is good, I also think playing Sylas into Wukong is kind of annoying with the clone and the fact that he can cyclone you when you go in.
Looking at Renekton.
Clear special.
So Renekton locked in. And will they just round out the top side of the map? That's what you would imagine. Some kind of good answer into Wukong.
Or Diablo pick, like an Ezreal maybe? Something with a lot of safety. And a Neferi for Raptor. He's been exceptional on this pick. They used it as a counter to the Vi Ahri that we saw, if I remember correctly, from DK. Worked wonders there. But into Wukong, it doesn't feel quite as good as...
Xiu has sunk into his chair.
Krakus angle.
Zoe angle?
Oh my god, please. Please. It's going to be Taliyah, but... we could dream for just a little bit there, Valdez. Although
Showmaker's really good at Zoe too.
He is really good at Zoe, but I also understand you don't want to... You know how like you don't want to be just after the guy that aced the test and you have to do the test?
Yeah, true.
And I forgot what BDD's KDA was, but I do know it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Taliyah. Also, Taliyah has a good matchup into the Azir. Taliyah, I think, is good into the whole composition that BNK have thus far. And it also allows Showmaker to have side lane impact. Now, Band's going to be bot lane focused here on particularly DK's side, as there is the Leona takeaway. And I kind of wonder like what else you would want to take away. We've seen Xayah a lot in these type of compositions. I think Xayah also gained some value because you have Rakan still up for now. And you're also not worried about Ziggs, because Ziggs is gone, which is one of the worst matchups.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. Xayah kind of gets rid of both. Ornn going to be banned away. Could have been a potential angle to deal with this blind Renekton.
I'm like contemplating what DK want to go for here as Renata also gets taken away. Because I was kind of expecting them going for maybe Jhin here, which I have not been a big fan of aiming's Jhin. I feel like DK doesn't play around it that well. I don't think the pick suits aiming well. But it would make sense with the rest of the composition. They already have a good amount of damage from jungle and from the mid lane, and they're also going to pick a carry, I think is the reality of the situation here. Because there aren't really a lot of tanks available, as there is the Sivir takeaway. Not going to come through for aiming here. So we should be picking up Xiu's pick here.
Yeah. And then you get...
oh, please. Please
Mordekaiser?
Come on, Xiu.
Olaf?
Ooh. He's been liking this pick a lot.
Well, he gives us the peace sign and then hovers the Jace. And it does look like the Jace is going to be the choice.
A lot of faith being put in his team here, or being put in him by his team here as he gets the matchup. I do think the Xayah suffers a little bit from playing into Jace. I do think Jace is one of those matchups that make your life rough, but Rakan should come as no surprise with everything on the line, and I love that pick. If I remember correctly, I think I saw it getting, it gets like 20 range buff on the next patch, which is kind of ridiculous. This is a lot more of an aiming pick though. I think that the matchup for this into the BNK comp is a lot of high risk, but you're playing a dive comp kind of dive-ish comp anyway. Outside of the Jace, you are going to be committed. That I would not like. I do not. I'm not even remotely on board. Because this is one of those things where you're like, oh, you know, you got Alistair for the AoE CC. You have lane prio, like it's a really good lane matchup. You have Wukong, you know, this big wombo combo. You can play with the shove. In practice, though, doesn't aiming just like try to walk up auto once and then just die?
Pretty much, yeah. He's just going to be an ult bot and
then again,
try his best to do something.
I think aiming has already been struggling, and maybe they just need him to be an ult bot. And they want to play towards top side. This is a very self-sufficient lane. Level 1 is obviously a bit rough, but MF definitely has a ton of pressure here in the 2v2. So we'll have to see. And for Diablo fans, this is his final moment for redemption. As highlighted, this is, I'd argue, the most pressure he's been under in his career. In game 1 and 2, I think it kind of got to him.
Yeah, not having the best series so far, but maybe the Xayah Rakan can have him pull it across the line. Gonna get supreme comfort for Raptor as well, back on the Nefiri. And it's backs against the wall now. They gotta win from here. They gotta reverse sweep if they want to move on to the next round. Otherwise, D plus Kia will take that spot. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 3.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Okay, game number 3. Last chance, first last chance here for the side of B&K. And we'll see if we get a series on our hands at any point tonight, or if DK were just the better team all along, and prove it here in game 3.
Well, the best of 5 between these two team and play-ins being still fresh in our minds. B&K, I think, really blowing us away back then with really good prep. But it was more than just the prep, right? Because we talk a lot about the draft, and I think particularly in Fearless, that's always warranted. But they also were just good. There was really clean objective setups. They had what I think was the cleanest Otacon we'd seen in Rise Group the entire year, which was kind of insane.
Yeah.
Remember that one where they just had Raptor like do it, and the rest of the team was just meticulously healing, and then
it's like what we wanted from them in game 1, and then they just kind of dropped the ball.
The first 15 minutes were peak.
The ball's been on the ground. They never picked it up again.
No, it's still, we can see it, in fact.
And Orianna's been banned every game.
And that can't be how the final Rise versus Rise matchup pans out. That just can't be it.
Just wouldn't make any sense.
It'd be disappointing is what it is. As unfortunately, even though MF is strong, he does also have the giant walking cow cannon minion. That is Alistair. So he's going to have to...
At least it heals.
Yeah, give up control. You also have to be very careful about taking too much damage, because Raptor will try to dive you if you are too low. So you have to be really careful with trading too much health if you are the bot lane of DK. And obviously, Shiu wants to just bully the Renekton as much as possible. Jace really hasn't been great, but this is not the best matchup for Renekton, as obviously he won't be able to take control of the lane early. That happens in a lot of matchups, but it's also just consistently really hard to reliably get on top of the Jace. And Shiu also, I think with the Conqueror in particular, like early game, will just win the poke, win the all-in, and until or unless he gets ganked or pressured, we'll just be doing this the whole time.
Just
not very fun for the Renekton.
Yeah, just shooting the Croc over and over. It's Wukong on a 5-game winning streak. 2 of those were Cuz. One of them was Lucid. He's playing it here up against Raptor, who was another one of the wins. This bottom lane seems to be going pretty well for the side of B&K. Just a lot of pressure coming in from the Rakan, and then you've got Diablo ready to step up at any time.
The lane position is really awkward here for DK, because the lane is pushing away from them, but they are kind of losing the 2v2. We'll see if they're able to fix it, but this is looking very good for Diablo and Kalinir early on, and they have not been able to really showcase us the same performance as Lucid, looking for a dive here towards Clear.
Yeah, meanwhile, we got to play in mid, but yeah, it's going to be a quick first blood going the way of DK as Showmaker just accepts his fate. Doesn't even flash. He says, I'm too far up the lane here, and it gets traded back.
Kind of wondering what happened to Showmaker, though. I think maybe because he TP'd already. So I don't know if he TP'd early because he took a couple of bad trades, or if he, like, just TP'd in and then tried to bully Vikla as much as possible, but just got bobbed by Raptor. As we take another look here, Shiyu gets the cash in, and yeah, Renekton unfortunately this early on. Not that much he can do. The fact he flashes, I think, very unfortunate. And yeah, Showmaker looking for a trade because Vikla's low. And good call, yeah, not to flash. There's just no way you ever live there. He didn't have cooldowns, but even if he did, I don't think Raptor should ever get hit by a knockback because he's Neferi, so he can just go invulnerable. The one upside for BNK is that that kill top went to Lucid, which it's not good because it's bad on Wukong. But like, imagine if Shiyu also had a kill on top of the lead he already has. That would have been like that. At that point, you just basically have to come top lane, or you are just getting get pummeled.
We don't see all that much Jace nowadays, and we have had our decent share of... Okay, well, Vikla's just going to face check here and might be in some trouble, has to flash. Not sure what the idea was there, but yeah, we haven't seen all that much Jace, and so sometimes you forget just how powerful he can be in the lane, and I think this gives you an excellent opportunity to maybe carry another game. You know, he got fed on Ambessa, was able to carry that game. Got fed on Sion, was able to carry that game, although that was definitely a team effort. And now you put him in this matchup where you give him counter pick and he's playing Jace. It's definitely a good angle for Shiyu enjoyers.
And this is how he started the year, but it's definitely not the form we saw in the middle. And for BNK, it again makes me wonder, wasn't red side the answer in this one? Maybe getting a counter pick instead of going for these, yes, very safe and pretty defendable or easily defended Blight picks as Showmaker.
Well, now it's his turn to face check just a bit. Level 5 is Raptor, but still a lot of damage coming down. As in we go, the Rakan jumping on in, and that's going to be aiming Force to flash away.
That's a really big win. Nicely done there by the 2v2 for BNK. As Raptor, Lucid is alone, but does have W, so should be fine. Does take some damage for his effort. You cannot be contesting this crab. Showmaker does have ult, so maybe they want to look for a delayed play here.
Well, it seems like they're doing something of the sort as it's going to be Beryl in a lot of trouble, gets swept up, and looks like he should be a casualty here. Down he goes, kill given over to Raptor, who is now 2-0.
Yeah, I thought Showmaker was going to ult in at some point. But now I'm wondering, did he not level ult? Did he like level Q instead? I mean, because
I think that would be kind of a bad idea.
He
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Well, he did have access to it. I'm pretty sure he's still holding on to the skill point. But it kind of makes me wonder if that was a miscommunication there, because I feel like they really wanted to play for that. Aiming doesn't have a flash.
Not quite able to get the feathers on the right angle, and it was a good knock-up from Beryl to deny the pullback. So trying to use the level 6 spike was Diablo, hiding on bush.
And gonna take another look at the play here. As Lucid does hit 6 off of this, which kind of made me contemplate for a second whether they want to fight. But like,
Showmaker's too far away.
You don't have mid lane, and your bot lane doesn't have prio. So it is just a kill for Crab, which you're obviously going to be very happy with to take. As now we have the fight for the grubs here. Lucid is 6. And yeah, Wukong into this assassin. He's always going to have a very fun time when it comes to the pure 1v1.
Yeah. Especially with the top lane the way it is, and a TP coming in from Showmaker means that Lucid should be able to get all of these. All 3 of the grubs. Eventually.
Down the line.
Yeah.
At some point. as we'll have to see if there's any counterplay that can be found here, or particularly playing around Raptor. Right, that's kind of what we're looking towards. Can they utilize the relatively fed... Although when you look at the gold, because Lucid also got a kill, the lead isn't that big, but it's still pretty big Neferi. And then Vikla has actually been able to build up a decent CS. I think he snuck into the brush there. They don't know about this.
Now let's see if they can collapse here. A lot of vision in their face, but the Rakan able to get the engage, and Barrel immediately presses that Unbreakable Will and says no.
I do really like that. One of my pet peeves with Alistar is they like hold the ult, and then by the time they use it, they are just dead.
They're low enough and they just get chipped away at,
The problem that we haven't talked about in a while is top lane. And I don't think it's going to get better for Clear, unfortunately. As this is a wave that's being prepped. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's just going to go forward instead. He says, I'll just die over here instead of under the turret.
I mean, that's all you can do. Like, get the minions. That you were never living there.
Yeah.
So you might as well.
Denied an assist from Lucid.
But it still feels very bad. As Showmaker finally, I remember hearing about the, I forgot where it was, but hearing about the tech of just holding on to the point in your ultimate until you actually need it. Which does make sense, right? Because if you're Talia, you're not ulting someone. There's not really a point. Aiming also just clearing the wave, being like, yeah, I'm not pretending to play the video game.
Yeah.
I'm not needed. It's all topside here for DK. As if it's two people, like maybe you can live as Renekton if you get really find the big outplay, but just take the wave and take the death, unfortunately, there for Clear. And that's now a 1,000 gold lead chase.
Yeah. So the thing, I mean, you're giving this to not only the champion, but the specific player who we know can carry in these pressure situations now. He has really leveled up over the course of play-ins and playoffs and deserves that amount of respect. But Clear thought he could handle it with a blind pick Renekton, and we're seeing that the answer is absolutely not. Not so far.
B&K, at least Diablo's in a decent spot. They weren't really able to like push the lead further. They didn't have any dives or any actual punishment, which again into MF I think will always be hard. But also makes me kind of appreciate, I thought that DK was going to try and play towards this MF a lot more, but she is just being used as basically like bot lane rumble. You know, it's fine, just have your ult ready for when we need it. Clear waves, absorb CS, don't drop too many plates.
Yeah.
There isn't too much you can do is now. Triforce done for Lucid. Shiu, of course, already got on the previous back that Ghost Blade. And top lane is going to keep bleeding. And like, I really also don't feel like any of Clear's gameplay has been an issue. He's just, he got dove, and I got dove again.
Yeah, he's just playing Renekton into Jace. As now he's going to get in range, and just gets kited out.
Oh no, okay, that was not good.
And now Lucid's coming in.
Oh no, not the war timing. That feels so bad.
Just wait for Kellen. Surely you can just play safe top. It's okay. He's gonna flash away, and he gets cycloned again. And Kellen never gets there on time, not in a million years. So that's going to be another kill. And this one goes over to Lucid once again.
And there's no cross map. Because Kellen used his time to try and still salvage Clear's position. So they can't collapse on the aiming, who again also has both the summoners available. There's also a Talia in mid, so could rotate over. So what did they get? Like, I think Raptor got an invade off. That's something. But B&K, I think really looking out of sorts in this one, and Chio is just becoming a complete win condition package. A single shot blast from him hitting now is just going to take Diablo out of a fight, by the way.
Yep.
Like, Zaya's not going to get to play the game until much later.
You don't need Ziggs if you have Omega-fed Jace. It's not quite old school Jace, but it still gets the job done if you have enough money.
Oh, are they just going to dive bot now? No, leave Clear alone. Come on. He suffered enough!
What do you mean? You gotta follow the croc.
No!
Yes!
Oh, come on. Oh,
punish again!
He's so dead.
Yeah, there's no winning. They're even gonna
just
heal their way
diving.
in. It's, yeah, might as well, I guess, as Now trying to make a play in mid. They're trying to get Shiu, but instead it's Raptor who's in a lot of trouble, but actually baits him in as Kellen does join the fight. Showmaker is pretty low, but he is going to get away just barely.
And I'm getting increasingly worried that we're just watching our final Rise versus Rise battle end with a win. That can't be the way, Feldas. We gotta get a resurgence here. Maybe an Otacon play from DK could pull it back in favor of BNK, obviously, because it's Otacon. So
yeah,
because that bot lane dive means that's Feet's going over. That's Shiu making the play in mid, right? Making sure that Showmaker doesn't end up going down. They do get a bunch of summoners, but a lot of invested by BNK themselves. And now bot lane. Outer is gone. They were unable to trade in top, even though Vikla attempted it. BNK, I think, again, in this game as well, not really able to deal with the pressure.
Yeah. Game's not over. We've seen that...
oh, anything is possible.
Our games have been, especially game one, was all over the place. But that was BNK with the lead, and they kind of threw that, and DK were the solid team. DK were the solid team again in game two, so...
That's the really worrying part.
Yeah. There is a trend, as Diablo just doesn't have his Feather Storm, so he has to flash after Beryl came in.
Yeah, they're not contesting any... He's playing into Wukong. And Talia, like, you just don't...
It's BNK, though. I could see a world where they're like, no, we're going to fight this, and then they just get absolutely boomed, which certainly worries me for their chances. They're not going to fight over this objective, of course. Maybe the next one.
You can do it, Showmaker. Crap's just kind of stuck there as a...
Yeah. All right, nice knockback to delay the sweep, but it doesn't quite matter as Shiu is going to go down. Redemption comes in. Lucid also goes down. And it's a 3-0 Nafiri. And Vikla got a shutdown. Just look at that massive gap in mid lane now.
There it is. Look at that gold lead, Feldas.
What gold lead?
Exactly! Diablo does have his ultimate available, so even in the worst scenario, should just be able to ult out of the tough position, as he does. Look at Raptor, though. He's on the flank.
You mean ult in, right? As Beryl, yeah, he's going to have to press that Unbreakable Will. And yeah.
That Redemption, I think, actually saved that play. Otherwise, Shield will stay alive for a little bit longer. Lucid gets the counter kill. But I want you to look at the value that they get here from just Kellen finding it. And the man advantage means that Lucid probably should have just dipped. Instead, tries to get the counter kill there onto Vikla, which is even more gold going into the pockets of BNK, and then they get the top lane turret as well, which means that they might be looking for Dragon here. But DK is there to contest. Can they?
We got TPs coming in. Showmaker.
He has to flash
an item, and he's dead. Yeah, so the TP is able to get in behind, and Showmaker just kind of dies. So Drake going their way, BNK that is.
So that's double Dragon. They got a giant gold lead now onto Vikla. Showmaker has been made very uncomfortable and will remain so, I think, for the foreseeable future on this Talia. With the BNK angle, we're getting there, Valdez.
Somehow these two teams just find a way, you know?
Raptor has 2 items at 17 minutes. That's a big Neferi.
It is.
That's a scary dog.
Can kind of do it every once. She was
now
running very far away.
She was not safe because he knows he can get dove very easily. If there's no one in the area to protect him, and Claire's like, now you know how it feels, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still a hard game for BNK because I do think that Wukong is just kind of busted. But these skirmishers look a lot better. 2 dragons is big.
Really, a lot of the onus in this one will come down to Vikla. If he can actually carry with his lead that he has on, you know, we talk a lot about how Wukong is very OP, and he is, but we never get to see his ear because he's also really OP, and you know, it really comes down to Vikla, who has been put on stuff like Morgana and Annie every series.
I do love this lane assignment.
Can he do it?
Both both Showmaker and Claire are just like, yeah, I know how it feels, buddy. Showmaker didn't quite get focused as much as Claire did, I would say, but still got visited a good amount of times. Mid lane, turret would be big here for DK. Herald comes down.
It's a lot of chip damage in a barrel. Now the Herald kind of up against a rock and a hard place. Has to kind of curl around, and there it is. We'll take down the mid turret with like 300 health left. And Lucid gets out alive, of course.
A little close. Second item done for Shiu as well. Diablo, I think the breakpoint for him is going to be free. So that's still a good amount of time away. But Raptor and Vikla are insanely strong right now. And even when put behind, Renekton, one good flash W and some cooldowns getting forced. You know, just diving into the back line. If you end up dying, as long as you create space for Raptor and Vikla, it doesn't really matter that much. Just one more games, Valdez.
It might just happen.
I do hope so, yeah.
BNK have found a way to pull it back.
Can't just be a free 0.
Nobody predicted 3-0 either way.
Nobody.
For a reason.
Because it shouldn't be.
It's just, it's not okay. We can't have it be a thing.
They did 2-0 and 3-0 each other a lot. Well, not 3-0, I guess, but they did 2-0 each other a lot. So maybe it's just a day-by-day thing. Okay, we're by we, I mean DK is going to have to deal with this other con, because BNK is starting it. Aiming is running, but they have so much, it might just be gone. Like, look at where Lucid is. I think this is just gone.
They do this so quickly, especially with Diablo on it now, as it's down to 6K, and everybody's so far away. Lucid is nowhere to be seen, and this is just going to be a free Otacon going the way of BNK. Beryl says maybe a little, some free steak as well. On top of it is not quite. Clear is going to have to flash here in mid. Meanwhile, the follow-up engage comes in. The Featherstorm utilized. Diablo just flashing out of there. He wants none of this.
Shiu
just kind of dead. Raptor, though, going to get engaged on. Goes invulnerable. Now he's going deep for another one. Gets another kill. And he's out! Incredible aiming! It's just going to ult into the abyss as he was caught. And Raptor showing this Nefiri's power, 6-0 after that fight.
Otacon alone would have been a big win! But guess what? BNK not done with this series just yet! As, oh my god, Raptor. As we take another look here, first the attempt from DK to collapse onto the Renekton. That doesn't quite work out. It's the turn here that I thought, even though Lucid gets charmed immediately, doesn't get that much. He gets a lot of cooldowns. But then I think here, Shiu just overextends into Vikla, ends up getting taken low, and then Raptor with these reasons. I thought he was dead. That play looks like it shouldn't work, but guess what? It does. And when it gets messy, the mobility of the BNK team and the fact that they weren't able to take down Clear, I lose a lot of cooldowns on him. As let's take a look at the first-person view here.
Got Jace. It's looking good. No flash on Talia. A handshake. They're believers now. Please, one game.
They got soul point as well off of that play. I think that's enough.
Kind of feels like the game fell out of a, I don't know. Like there was a trap door or something and DK fell out the bottom and then that was it. Being like, well, oh, okay.
It is, I'm always cautious. We did have game one where it kind of went back and forth a lot of times, but I think BNK's teamfight is so good in this one, as we did see Sopen being taken as...
All right, gonna find Diablo on the front side, but he is Zaya, so yeah, he's gonna get hit by the aggressive redemption. But there's no objectives on the map at this point, so I am not sure that they care too much about that.
Getting the ultimate is nice, but it doesn't do enough by itself, as there we look again, that mid lane gold lead, Valdez.
What is that?
DK thought, it's fine, we can give Azir, and then we'll take Talia. That's a good... He's down 2 levels. He's down 3k gold. As it turns out, it did not work. And DK, I think, going to continue having a bad time in this one. But the main character, as well as Vic has been playing, is obviously going to be Raptor. On this Neferi,
he can't be punished. Like, he just runs into the bush and just puts down a ward and says, okay, you know, if you try to do anything, I just go up in the air.
We can't even slander him because he doesn't even build Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
There's no slander angle.
He's one of the only guys that consistently plays Neferi as well. So it's not even like, oh yeah, this champ is just OP. Like, if he was playing Wukong and doing this, would be like, yeah, you know, he's really utilizing the strength of a really strong character. No, he's just
good.
Really good at Neferi.
He's just good.
It's just good. There's no angle.
Lucid has been continuously looking for these backline plays. But it does go back to, I think, him and Shiu getting caught out towards the top side. Ooh, that is on a deep angle. Will get spotted there. That is going to be just a bit of a pullback here for BNK. We are nearing Baron, which we have seen some teams go a little bit overeager, but like the level leads are just insane. And this is, I think, the biggest advantage of that Otacon. Level lead in top, almost 2-level lead in jungle, 2-level lead in mid. It's big. It's a lot of cooldowns, a lot of stats that are available here for BNK as well. Like, look at the flashes. Will be all up for them. Meaning actually punishing Diablo is going to be so much harder.
Yeah, I'm not really sure they can do it. I mean, they have to find a really good angle. They have to pop the cooldowns, and then they have to follow up. Like, first Cyclone has to force everything, and then second Cyclone or like an Alistair follow-up needs to get in there. It's very difficult to go that deep.
Has GA.
You remember, you were talking about the Xayah ban.
Yeah.
And it just feels like if he was playing anything else, maybe they would have access to this AD carry, but they just don't, and there's two other big threats. So it's very difficult for DK from this position from behind to actually find engages. As speaking of which, engage from the side of BNK.
They're so strong. They have GA, free items as
goes. Just gonna press the buttons on aiming, I suppose. Raptor gonna force redemption.
She was on the flank.
He does have Bloodthirster. So that doesn't do a whole lot. Now the wall's gonna come down, that flank comes in. The knockback doesn't hit anything.
Clear's there.
Yeah, Clear gonna find that angle, and now the front line all charmed up. Showmaker not a part of this fight as they try to get out to Diablo, but the wall comes up from the Azir, and they shut the door in their face. As Ingo's Lucid just desperate for something. They will take down Clear with an ult from aiming, so that is one. As Lucid, kind of a very short pull on that clone, but he will be okay.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get over the wall, but doesn't have to use cooldowns. 1-for-1 trade, the best you can get, but that might also be a setup for the Dragon here. We'll see DK. The timing, I think, here is just okay for them. I think they might be able to make it back. As we take another look, if Showmaker actually gets Diablo there, but almost gets the wall knock-up into the other knock-up, could have been big. Instead, Showmaker ends up taking a lot of damage. The front line just gets shredded by Vikla, by Raptor, by Diablo. But Beryl, even though he ends up going down, I think still creates the space that allows him to take down Clear. Clear definitely going a little bit too deep there. We'll see, though. They need to contest this. Oh, never mind, they have Soul. I'm like, they need to no, that's... It's
yeah.
gone. I thought that maybe with the gate and the fact that Clear wasn't there, they could do something, but not the case.
So just Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Jace doesn't mind that, right?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's fine.
It would definitely help if Showmaker was
a champion.
Was a champion right now.
He's not. Yeah.
He's really not. I mean, he's gone full utility.
It's so funny with Taliyah Pantheon where I feel like when we do see them, we're like, is this it? Why are they getting perma-banned?
Yeah.
What's happening? As Lucid, all or nothing here. You got to steal this one. Otherwise, BNK are going to bring us to a next game. Oh, he doesn't have clone. Well, I have to flash.
Yeah, and it just looks like he is going to get knocked up. There's the... Oh, goes over to Xayah. Very close there, actually. But Lucid will bite the dust, and this is going heavily in favor of BNK. after the take of the Baron, as they will take it down. Showmakers in the bottom lane.
They knew.
And the game looks to be over, guys.
Yeah, Showmaker, like the hard commit to try and, you know, steal and or get an exit kill while Showmaker isn't there. BNK bounce back in a big way. Make sure that we don't actually. He's gonna
wall.
Will they be able to stall? I don't think it really matters.
We're gonna buy like 5 seconds.
Might be enough.
In they go, flash away from Showmaker, spending a lot of time chasing.
It's not enough.
The Talia, and aiming is gonna spawn. I mean, the turret is still alive, and there's the ult on the wave. Everybody has to kind of flash out of there. At least Raptor did.
Barrel's dead.
Barrel is dead. Nexus turret is gonna fall. BNK have to play this one out very carefully, as aiming just gonna disappear. And it looks like maybe the wallets are just big enough as they get the knock up there onto the chase. And we will be having a series on our hands. It's actually happening here as DK not able to close out a lead, and BNK take game number 3.
I knew Rice Group wouldn't let us down, as it is Vikla having a wonderful game on the Azir. Actually making that first pick work, but let's be real, that was all Raptor. Having a stellar performance. Also, the recon from Kellen I thought was actually, outside of the early game, very impactful once he made his way onto the map. And BNK lives to fight another game here, Valdez.
There's always a chance if you're not down 3 games. That's why we do best of 5s. And Vikla able to do quite a lot of damage. Shout out to Raptor as well. The two of them kind of catching Shu in that weird wonky fight in the river is really what kind of got the snowball going in a big way for the side of BNK. And after that, it was pretty much lights out. DK never had another opening into the game. The huge lead that Shu had in the early game just ended up not mattering.
Side selection gonna go to DK, but I can dream of silver scrapes, Valdez.
A man can dream. We can all dream. We'll see if it does happen, as still a lot to talk about here in the booth for BNK Fear X as we're crossing out all the numbers once again. We'll take a break. We'll be right back, guys.
궁으로 그으면은 그냥 집 가자 이거. 집 가자 이러면 안 될 듯? 왜 안 돼? 되나?
해보자. 얘는 노궁이야, 노궁.
오케이 오케이.
얘 나와도 싸움 가고.
여기 빠졌고 얘. 서리야 한번 지를게. 타워.
천천히 해도 이기니까.
맞아. 타워 줘봐.
타워 탱 100개.
앞라인 쳐야 돼 이거. 야 더비 빠졌어. 살려 더비 빠졌어 얘들아. 천천히 해봐.
천천히 해야 돼.
빨리 관리. 살려 더비 빠졌어. 천천히.
아공 들어오는 거야, 더블.
내가 50 포킹 해볼게 최대한. 살려 노플. 나 공 5초. 나 둘다 쓸게.
빠졌다. 나봐줘.
공 디코이 빠졌어. 나봐줘. 레넥 나봐줘.
다리 봐. 가줄게. 싸움하자 그냥.
다음 레츠고. 잡았어. 공 온다.
You can try to run, but me, I run this place. Bad girl with a gun, coming through. Surprise!
Kids, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Prove them wrong and change my life, then told the story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Feel I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
And with their backs against the wall, BNK Fearex are able to push back one more game. It is 2-1 D plus Kia, but BNK Fearex win game number 3. Guys, it felt like one of those games where if you were going to go down, you're going to go down on a champion you felt comfortable with. Neferi was a champion that Raptor pulled out earlier in the year before anyone else did, and then does it yet again because they were riding the rookie Diablo earlier, but he hasn't been doing as well. They go to Raptor, they get game 3 done.
I love we've just seen this level of play from Raptor again. You know, the pressure is on. It was that match point, and he comes and he absolutely pops off in his pick, especially after an early game where, you know, Clay did not have a good time on this Renekton. Getting bullied out a little bit, very much targeted, and there was a sort of top side, well, a top lane where really things were looking doom and gloom in the early game.
Yeah, and also I want to focus what happened in the early game on the mid lane, because I think opposite situation happened compared to game 2, because I think game 2 Vigla struggled in the laning phase, but in game 3 I think Showmaker has struggled because we could see him tipping in after level 4 to get the tier and the Dark Seal, but right after he TP'd back in the laning, he actually died to Raptor's gank, right? And I think after that, Talia pick doesn't mean anything, because you want to do something in the early game, be proactive on the map, with the Talia against Azir because Azir is one of the consistent DPM in the game. So you have to do something. You have to make something in the early game. But after that situation, I think Showmaker with the Talia, you couldn't do anything much. So I think that was the huge part for Game 3 here.
Yeah, and that was just the first ball to get rolling for Raptor in the jungle. Then on the top side of the map, the doom and gloom gets flipped around for BNK Fearex after a big play by the jungler of BNK Fearex.
Yeah, and it's just both the support and jungler shadowing here. You can see them under the tower. They know something's going to come from this. They're ready for the play to be made, and they're there for the backup. More members there. They end up targeting the Jason. Look how low we end up seeing Vikla. His flashes to buy the time and get the healing for the redemption, so he's able to survive the damage of the Wukong.
Yeah, this is what I like from BNK. They always work as a team. This is not like individual skills, you know. Like feel like they did such a great job on the setup, and the follow-up from their support and jungle was on point.
Yeah, again, good BNK looks like this. We've seen what BNK looks like today. It was very much not on the same page, but everything went in order this time here for BNK. Then in the later on in the mid lane, the Otacon play yet again.
Yeah, and this one ends up being largely about the Fury, who ends up having an absolutely pop-off play when it comes down to the team fight. And I feel like the injection of gold that we saw earlier is such a huge aspect, because I think if you're just not as fed on the Fury, it could be so different. It's a very scattered fight, very broken up, but really for me, it's the moment when we end up seeing Raptor ult that really kind of defines the play, because again, it starts off quite chaotic. We see the Renekton's zoned away here. The Wukong goes in, gets the ult out of the Xayah. They're trying to target here, and we get Diablo flashing away. And then it's here when the Jace gets shuffled in, going essentially into 5 members, but able to buy time with the invulnerability, and then goes in again.
And he survives with the flash out. Yeah, so the thing is, I think for DK, they need to work together because they have Talia Alisa combo. On top of that, you have MF ulti as well, right? And I think as Jace, you need someone to be around you. But I think in that situation, BNK had such a great idea about just splitting them and have like so many different fight scenarios in the different angle. And I think that made it really hard for DK in that team fight here.
Yeah, part of me has kind of wondered what's happened to BNK in terms of their identity, because the drafts haven't been bad, especially Game 2's draft wasn't bad, but it was Vikla's utility in the mid lane. You're going to early gank the bottom side of the map, and then you're going to get Raptor going. Well, the bottom side of the map hasn't been going. You haven't drafted utility for Vikla in the mid lane. So who you got left? They went to Raptor on this one. A much-needed lifeline here for BNK Fearex. In terms of side select, D plus Kia have moved to the red side. So we've seen this a lot. Once you get to Game 3, Game 4, it's not uncommon for the team to have side selection move on over to the red side.
I think especially when a lot of stuff gets cleared out by the fearless bans, I think that first pick isn't necessarily as important. There's also less weight on those bans on red side, and you can often pick up some strong combos on red side. You get some good counter picks as well, so I think this makes sense. We do sometimes see teams move to that red side late in the series. I'd say for BNK Fearex, I'm just glad to see they got that game win in. Hopefully it's bringing back some confidence. Obviously we saw that in Raptor there, but for the rest of the team too, need to see them find their footing completely to get a righted ship.
Yeah, we did. Gotta ask you, the games are won by players. Who needs to step up here in game number 4 in your mind?
I feel like I already mentioned that before the highlight that Showmaker has struggled with his Talia pick. So I think the reason why DK picked the red side here is to have the better matchup on the lane. And I think after game 3, like so many main meta picks are gone. So it's all about the counter pick now. So I think him having a better matchup on the mid lane is going to help a lot for DK. And for BNK, I feel like, again, I think they should just focus on Raptor, having a like good champion on the jungle here. Like he played Kiana, unlucky that he couldn't win game 1, but his Nafiri, man, was on point. So I just want to see more, some kind of like AD carry junglers, something like Viegos as well. Like I think Raptor need to carry this game.
Yeah, don't make the mistake of putting him on something like a Skarner. Just make sure
you
want to carry.
No.
Yeah, keep on a carry. We have faith in Raptor.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be very exciting to see the evolution of what this BNK Fearex team does while they're trying to wade the water, right? One more loss, your season's over. Your stud rookie is having a little bit of trouble here. You go to the stable jungler. That's been working out well for them. Let's see what they do in game number 4.
Thank you so much, guys, as we're getting ready for game number 4. A lot of the top picks are already taken down here in Fearless Bands. We're going to start to need to dig deep for both of these teams and see who's got the deeper champion pool. BNK was able to win in 5 the last time around. What will happen this time? Hoping for some silver scrapes, both of those fans.
Well, now that I have admitted that, obviously, I care more about predictions than anyone else at the LCK.
Of course, yeah.
My 3-1. You know, I'm just saying, I put it in at the beginning of the day. I didn't really believe in it. I thought it was going to be a 3-2, but it was just a feeling. Maybe it was the water. Maybe it was the vibes. But after that Raptor performance, I don't know. Even Vikla, I think, already popped off in that one.
He was playing Azir.
Callan was clean. He was playing Azir. Yes, that does matter. I also think that we had a combination of Shiu on the Jace, who obviously had an incredible laning phase, but there's a reason why we don't see Jace pick that much. And then Showmaker having an extremely forgettable game. Also aiming, I think, still continuing to struggle to have an impact. And also, we kind of hated DMF. We knew.
Yeah.
And it didn't end up working out.
We had an inkling.
With that, we did.
And it turned into a greater feeling as the game came along. Kaisa was banned from game number 2. Or game number 3, rather. So they're continuing with this ban against Diablo, knowing that they love the engage comps, and Kaisa is very good with those.
So going to continue the bans here for BNK. I don't see any reason for them to really swap it up. What is going to be the setup here for DK? They also, as highlighted again, picked red side, which is going to mean that they're going to try and get as many counter picks as they can get. The trading OPs, I'm like kind of wondering what would still be open. You want to get above all Gwen, but it's going to get banned away, as has been the case. So that shouldn't be too much of a shock here. Like, what else is still open?
Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy would be a good ban as well. Although I think Poppy Blind is also asking to be in trouble.
There's certain combos as well, like we saw Kalista Renata in the last series out. We also still have Ahri Vi available, Galio Vi. Vi is going to be taken away, so that combo's kind of denied.
Also getting deeper into the jungle pool here.
Oh.
We are just blinding Jax. Don't love that. I think Jax is good, but I do think that he's the type of pick that can really struggle. Then again, they did win last game. So maybe just ensuring that Clear is sitting on comfort. Gragas is the most obvious counter pick that we still have available. But we'll see what Shiu goes towards. We've seen him pick the Camille a few times as well. And some Camille's like, no, I can win that matchup. We can do it. The Nardo is a matchup that I think outside of, I want to say Keen specifically, has been heavily Gnar favored. I feel like we had Keen at a period where he won that one. If I remember correctly, Lucid Sejuani doesn't really fill us with too much confidence though, as we do have a few picks still left open. Lucid's Zed performance has been, I think, very up and down. Had a couple of amazing games on it, a couple of games where he didn't really have too much of an impact.
Fans are losing their minds. I think they did not want to see it.
I like this a lot more.
Leona, 4 barrel. It's definitely comfort, and it's an engaged support that's still left.
Oh, Silas into Gnar. That does feel good early on here. It's a lot of power. One of the best ults already. Leona ult's good as well. Also kind of hamstrings the drafting from DK from here on out. As there it is. Comes through. Here for... I mean, it could be Vikla. Most likely it's Raptor. Haven't really seen Silas blinded a lot, and I think with good reason.
It's flexible.
It is, yeah. So you pick an AD carry here, and then you don't really give too much away. I can also go for support. Like maybe like a Lulu Secure.
Why is he smiling? Smolder?
Renata? Oh, Kellen?
Tristana?
But
Nautilus?
Oh, okay. Well, that's not very exciting, is it? Yeah, there were a lot of options there. That Tristana is even crazier because it doesn't give anything away.
Yeah.
Because it could be still
flexed again
in many a different direction.
Yeah.
So I don't think jungle counter is really the end of the world, so Lucid should be fine picking something up here. They already have a good amount of CC with Barrow. You can't really go for something like the Skarner when you're playing into the Sylas, I don't think. So it is going to be a pick of the Sivir here. It's kind of crazy though, because there is a world as well where you're like, should we just ban Sejuani if we're not going to play it? Because imagine if they go mid Sylas here and they have Jax, Sejuani, Sylas. That's a top side that sounds very disgusting.
There's not a lot of huge picks that punish, you know, full melee squads super hard anymore because a lot of the stuff is banned. Poppy is going to be banned here, so that's one of them. That would have been excellent into all three of these. And TF.
So they also think that this is most likely a jungle Sylas. So we're going to pick Lucid's pick here and then give counterpick to Showmaker is the expectation for B&K. What is Diablo going to play? I like the Zeri ban a lot. Probably just anything that can be aggressive. Like, I would be leaning towards Ezreal, maybe? Zeri ban does come through. Lucid did play that one in the final game, and I think had a good game on it as well. Definitely not really the performances he used to have. I think he started off very slow on Ivern, but got a decently better at it as the game progressed. I think the problem with picking anything, oh my god, I was about to say anything short range into Sylas and Jax is if you do fall behind, it's rough. Gonna be the leap. Pure comfort here for Lucid, but we've seen the big struggle, and Ezreal I think makes a ton of sense. You are not really punishable by a lot of the roster. That's a very different look. And I like it into Sivir. I don't really like it with this comp. I feel like Smolder does need drafts that kind of cater to him.
Yeah.
I don't really think this is the case. Ezreal
fits better.
Yeah, I think Smolder saving it to Game 5 is also safe in case you do reach that point. But it just, I don't think Smolder gets to play the game against like Leona Lee if you don't have good peel for him and you just don't really, you can go in obviously and create some space that way, but doesn't quite hit the mark as there is going to be a pick here.
Okay.
For Vikla, and it looks like it will be the Tristana here.
It's blind, so it's hard. You know, you gotta pick something. But this is just 4 threats and Nautilus. So
oh, that is kind of disgusting into this comp.
It's certainly very good into the first 3 picks.
It does also give a good ultimate over to Sylas, but that said, the Miasma is just a nightmare to play into for many members on this team.
Zoe?
Zoe Lee.
Is he doing it?
Zoe Lee!
Doing it! Zoe is back. And this time it's the other guy who is really good at the Zoe. Back when it was super meta and just released and very OP.
What should be like, we're like, oh my god, it's so fun, Zoe's back. And within 2 weeks we'll be like, oh god, get it out.
Please,
we know why it was nerfed. No.
Yeah.
So I love the color theming we have going on here. I do think we're very consistent there. That's fun. For B&K, I think the lanes have to go well. For me, this comp kind of stands and falls. And really for either side, neither of these comps I think will look good when they fall behind. It doesn't really, compared to some of the other comps we've seen, I think have the longevity. I think if you're playing Zoe from behind, your life is miserable. And if you're playing into Zoe and Zoe's ahead, your life is also miserable, especially if you're playing a short-range composition. Hard engage is really good though on either side. So we'll see if DK can use that range advantage. And we might be looking if B&K can make this brawling comp work and again play into that team play. The Silver Scrapes here, which would be true to Rise Group Valdez.
I think we gotta have it. It's not exactly what we expected, but also very curious to see how Showmaker's going to make this Zoe work alongside of Lucid's Lee Sin. Lots of comfort here for the side of D+ Kia. Let's hop on the rip for Game 4.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number 4, definitely thought we were going to get here at the start of the day, but after the first couple of games, I was like, oh, I guess maybe it's just a 3-0. But not to be the case. As B&K struck back.
Oh my god.
And Showmaker went Ignite.
There's no spellbook. That's electrocute. So should be obvious which lane DK is going to be playing towards. Makes sense as well. Sivir is obviously, both Sivir and Ezreal really are very self-sufficient AD carries who can just kind of sit in lane. Sivir's wave clear is obviously great. For Ezreal, he just has a lot of range and innate safety. I also do think that in Lucid's case, the Lee should be strong into the Silas when it comes to both the 1v1 and the early skirmishes. The burst, though, particularly towards top side, for BNK, I think is very scary. We'll have to see. 1v1 in top going to be a big difference maker as well, as Vikla especially with Showmaker missing and bone plating. Okay, the fact that he missed that and he still almost wins the trade is kind of insane. I want to highlight though, Vikla, I know you want to be aggressive because you're playing Tristana. Obviously you want to try and trade and open all-in windows, but you are playing into Ignite. Like that is something you have to be very careful about. You can't get solo killed.
You think a BNK player would respect Ignite?
Yes.
No.
Vikla, you have been solo killed before. Can't have that happen.
Nah, he's gonna send it at all points.
Oh, no, I think you just sit and you chill and you scale. That's all you do.
Just dodge.
Just dodge. He's doing a great job of dodging.
Yeah.
That's 2 for 2. Just dodge. Do not test the all-in into the Ignite Electrocute Zoe. Because 2 kills and the game becomes unplayable, right?
Yeah.
For your team. So you have to be very mindful of that.
Especially with Lee Sin around. I mean, this could go solo queue very fast.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when it's Showmaker Lucid, who we know plays so well together. I think it was Ryu who wanted to highlight that this matchup is going to come down to mid-jungle. It feels like in some ways it has.
Yeah.
You know, Diablo hasn't really been the main character of today. He's been more of a passenger. Whereas Raptor certainly has been popping off in some big ways. And the difference in mid lane the last time around was very noticeable.
Do have the Ezreal looking good thus far on the patch. Not a high prio pick or anything, but he's just good. Very solid, well-rounded pick as the initial trade obviously goes well, but really nicely done. Gets the full setup as a, Showmaker hasn't picked it in 3 years, but used to be one of our best Zoes. And the early trade's going well. Vikla there because he got the full activation on the E. Got a reset on his jump. Showmaker really, not really supposed to win, I think, this early game, but also wasn't able to hit a lot of those pedals.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top lane, it looks like Clear was taking some aggressive trades, but got out-traded one time against Meganar, and then since then it's been Xiu kind of dominating. Going and missing there.
Nar is also one of those champions for me that doesn't really... Because he has an impressive laning phase, but it does take a little bit of time.
Oh, we're going. We're going in. Diablo going to take a bit of damage, but he is Ezreal, so just kind of hops away. Still, it's winning to Aiming and Barrel, who will continue to push in very heavily on this lane.
Leona, to me, does feel... Oh, he got the cancel with the Ricochet. Does, to me, feel the most unfair out of any of the engage supports in that you are going Spellbook and Redemption, but just because of Eclipse, you are still so beefy. We see it there, right? Just Barrel getting that Eclipse off as clear as here.
Yeah, I don't think they can do anything, but they're going to get the heal away. Suppose that's something. So a bit of a swap coming through. There's a big wave going into the top turret at this point.
Yeah, the timing on the swap is still nice for DK. They got the crash to top thanks to the setup, but the cancel on Barrel was nice. I don't think there's really any threat here, but on the contrary, Xiu was here already, so I think Clear kind of miscalculating the timing there on the TP.
All right, thinking about forcing it.
I think they don't know where Lucid is, so they can't really commit to that, because I don't think you actually want to take a 2v2. If you take the chains and Lee is there, life's not good. You do end up having a really tough time. I think Lucid looking for a lane gank here.
Oh, spotted.
Let's get spotted, so he's going to take the base. See if Diablo can cancel, but he can't really walk up, so not going to be the case. does get the shove here in top, and the early game pretty uneventful. And yeah, I'm really looking towards the early actual fight, right? How is the initial CC from BNK going to come through? Because I think that their composition, really both compositions, I think kind of played like pick comps. DK is a little bit more classic because they have Zoe. But then even BNK, right, it's just identify a single target, and you hit either a chain or a hook or a counter-strike, and then you just kind of go on top as... Oh, clean.
Boy, clear nose. He's just going the opposite way. He's trying to hop up actually away from Lucid, and he will be able to. And now Raptor's here, and Lucid not able to secure the kill for the team.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the 6 yet. That could have been a difference. Also doesn't really want to run into the Silas that I do think they knew was towards bot side of the map. It also doesn't matter too much. Like, this is still going to net Shiyu a good amount of tempo. I imagine that he's also going to be looking towards either getting off some more harass or just playing for poke on the turret. Does have good coverage as well. So this Gnar actually gets to have a lot of fun with the lane. Boat blading means that the trade is still not bad for him. Can he get the final auto? Nope, I'm going to get the proc, but yeah, this doesn't get better for Jax. I think it's the real issue, especially now that Phage is done. Not fun, Valdez.
Yeah, it's kind of bullied out, not even really able to CS under turret, which I think is partially the matchup and partially the way that Clear played it out. And yeah, I mean, he's trying to take trades with Counter-Strike, but eventually he just gets too low, and he's going to hold on to that biscuit and just try to back here on the cannon wave. It's a cheeky little ult into mid. Showmaker using that refillable to try to heal up.
Taking a good amount of damage, as might even be a second blade here for Shiyu. The only gold lead that's there. Fikla been doing well in mid. Tristana also notoriously hard to punish, as I like the little trap that they've set up here. I think DK have a suspicion. They also obviously know that Kellen is towards the top side of the map. I don't think he was spotted there, but Showmaker, chapter done. This is looking to be a 4v4 here. It's all about the burst here. Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought we were gonna have fun.
Baited by Grubs.
What, don't you want fun?
No, I mean, I do. It's just... I knew that they were going to get one and just back away.
Oh, that's boring.
That's the way new Grubs go. That's the way it goes.
No.
Sorry, I don't make the rules. Here at the LCK, you get one grub, you just leave. There's no fighting.
You know, it's honest work. You come in, you clock it, you
punch
your grub.
ticket.
Yeah, get your grub, and you leave, and you clock out. Back to farming. And it's important to we make a little bit of fun there, but the stakes are insanely high here. Ready for either team. For DK, the momentum in this series will completely shift if you do end up giving up another game, especially with side selection. For BNK, obviously, their tournament lives are on the line.
Okay, good bubble, but this is Tristana, who's able to just essentially buffer and just hop away at the very last moment. So the Tristana certainly has a pretty easy time into the Zoe if you're not behind. This, on the other hand, Shiyu definitely making it clear that he is the better top laner tonight.
Yeah, the 1v1s have been pretty merciless. As this is kind of awkward here, because it's both Shiyu and aiming here together. Barrel's there, as is Raptor. But yeah, someone needs to catch top wave, so I think they're just going to have Shiyu TP from the brush once he gets demolished, is my guess. Because, are we not going to catch top wave?
No. Top wave overrated.
No, he's going to TP. Okay, I guess we don't catch top wave. Okay. He's going to let Ezreal do
Who
his
needs
thing.
top wave? Well, it's fine.
No, I think we should.
Just get 10-minute Cloud Drake.
That
it's
wave,
better.
No, that wave matters. Drake is more important, though, so I'm not too bothered with them picking that up. There we go.
Hey, he did it.
So he's still going to miss, what, like 2 creeps early? Maybe 1. But I got Dragon, so it's fine. I'm not bothered, Feltus.
Just a little bit.
Well,
Slightly bothered.
I do wish we got more action, but now we...
You said it. The stakes are high. The tension is high.
Yeah.
Both teams don't want to make mistakes.
It's, again, whichever team falls behind is just going to have to lead. Like, any of these champions. Leave from ahead. Zoe from ahead, like even Gnar from ahead is just an obnoxious
Silence
side lane.
from ahead.
Exactly.
Very
Tristana,
annoying.
It's like, oh look, I got to land. Oh, she jumped. Oh, my health bar is gone. Oh, my weight. Oh, that's fun.
Oh, the turret's already gone here.
Yeah.
What?
And then you think you win a fight, and then you look on the other end of the map, and you're just hurt. Walk, walk,
Yeah.
walk. Jax is just hammering away. DK is getting the early gold lead, but until I actually see some kills onto the imported members, I don't think that means too much. Same for BNK here, as we are just scaling. We're biding our time.
Just roaming around his barrel, seeing what he can see. He's perusing the map.
So the plates are good for DK. The CS is better. Actually, I say that.
Okay.
Isn't really.
It's a little preview of what we could have happen in this game. Raptor not very tanky.
I guess it is just mid, huh? Interesting. Interesting, fellas.
Yes. We're just hanging out.
Rocket Belt's done. Yeah, they are just kind of dropping a lot of plates here. This gold lead is slowly becoming bigger. Now in this series, as we all know, gold lead is more of a concept than something that impacts the game's barrel.
Is it a legend?
Barrel, you know!
Okay, they're going in, and everybody's here, but Raptor, very squishy, is going to be taken out first. It's now Diablo. Just going to have to hop away, and Kellen in a lot of trouble.
Kellen, no!
Yeah, Kellen, yes. Down he goes, 2-0 to the junglers. Barrel nearly dies. Diablo tried to flash Q that and missed. So now he's down his flash, and DK get the first turret.
Never change Diablo. Everything on the line. You got a flash Q for that. Barrel still had flash as well. Oh no, Felda. But you are Ezreal. I think your E is definitely... your flash isn't nearly as high value.
But yeah.
The real problem is that Lee's now 2-0. And he's going to stat check a lot of your team. Lucid, though, has had some issues with, I think, getting a little bit overexcited on his skirmishy junglers, but I can't believe this works. I feel like it shouldn't. No, I know it's Leona, but like they do just go in 2v3 and they have the burst. Silas doesn't get to play the game, just gets 100-0. And then, yeah, Kellen doesn't really get to do anything. Aiming also ready to save his body as...
Oh, and guess what? Guess who doesn't have flash? Not sure if it would have mattered, but he gets caught out in the side lane, and that kill this time goes over to Showmaker, and now it's the mid-jungle duo of D plus Kia, who are very far ahead.
Oh, that's a rough one. Oh, that's Luden's done. Okay, BNK, do not despair. We had a similar situation in the last game. Okay, all we need is just one good pick.
Gold leads are just a legend group concept.
They are, yeah. They're not real. They can't hurt you if you don't let them hurt
you. It's unimportant, so we don't even need to think about it. Just have to think about who's playing better, the tempo vibes.
It's still a finicky comp for DK. You know, like someone oversteps, they can get blown up in seconds. There's a lot of CC on BNK. But yeah, this is not the start you want. As we take another look here, Diablo, as you, I think, correctly said, if it doesn't matter if he has flash or not, I think he just always dies here. Once the slow comes through, there's just no way. Lucid still had his flash as well.
There was even a ward behind him.
Yeah, it was just too far up. And now, unfortunately, Diablo, as I've already highlighted, main character for the whole year. But it's also, he is, I don't know if you haven't seen this yet, the picture of him when he started playing League from like 3-4 years ago.
Wasn't he like 15?
No, he was like
14?
No, this was like 2020, 2021. So he was like 13. I'm just gonna show. If you, the LCK social media manager posted it. I have to show you.
Here we go. This is how it begins. If they get this mid turret, it will just be even more oppressive.
Basically what I'm getting at is this is his highest stakes position he's been in. He's always played on kind of the cusp of what works and what doesn't. And I think that we're starting to see some of those cracks show here. And the team needs him to step it up as well, because he's been the best performing member over the year.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's been quite consistent. And got to see if he can step up. He's not that far behind, but certainly making some, you could say, rookie mistakes. And wow. Yeah, he's very young in that photo. Clear is going to be okay.
If you haven't seen it yet, make sure you check out the New Blood content that the LCK does. Really good stuff. Showcasing Diablo's journey. And the reason why we're discussing that is because this game thus far, Valdez, is looking rough. TP comes in, but they're already out.
They are so out.
Might be helping them set up for this objective as a thick like but that is
yeah,
not.
there's also redemption. I mean, okay. He's gonna hop away. He's okay. All calculated.
I guess they can give it this dragon. DK can. This is still nice though for BNK. Really kind of giving up some of the pressure, but they did answer for this with a lot of pressure right towards the mid lane in particular.
Another Ocean Soul. It is raining quite a lot today. I guess maybe that's
It has been, actually, yeah. I remember I walked over the bridge near my house and like the entire thing was flooded. Actually looked very cool.
Doesn't sound very cool.
No, I mean, I am Dutch. I do have to love rain.
You don't have a choice.
I like it.
One of your Dutch passes.
It is, yeah. Yeah, you can't really...
It's just like me with burgers.
I thought you were going to say
burgers.
pizza.
Well, yeah, that too, but that's in New York.
That's from me. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. A little bit different.
Thanks. I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were from New York, fellas.
Yeah.
Huh.
You just found out now after all these years.
I never know.
Wow.
Took me almost 5 years.
You're really not paying attention
to figure it out. Oh, I never do.
I mean, it's not like we mentioned it every single
I
cast.
don't really care about whatever my co-caster says. You know, it's all about me.
That's true, and your prediction,
yes.
which could come true if DK wins here.
I'm feeling good right now, but that's usually what happens before the rise group of it all sets in. And I think BNK are just one Otacon play away from equalizing this game. One shutdown, like they get like Lucid and Showmaker, they overextend inside. They get the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 3K gold swing.
Showmaker too aggressive with this portal jump.
Oh, perfect.
Gets ulted by Nautilus.
Yes.
And they just, you know, dogpile everybody. And they get the kill. Lucid tries to get in there to kick to save, but instead he just puts himself in a bad spot.
Yep, I gotta save my butt. No, you don't. Let him go. It's fine.
All right, well, kind of forced to take the fight here. Is clear, goes in. Shu is pushed out. Who's gonna get that pedal though?
Yeah, once Cleaver is done, this matchup I think becomes like truly obnoxious. It's already hard, but I do think Jax now is still like kind of okay. Once Cleaver comes through and the Cleaver stacking is so fast on Gnar, and then you have the hyper procs. It's just a nightmare. I don't know if I would say Fikla dodged all of that. Dodged that though.
Just dodge. Eventually, he's able to hop away.
I don't know if he dodged that or if they missed it. I'm saying dodged, Valdez.
Yeah, just dodge.
He did.
He's following the best course of action.
That's an ultimate. We also haven't discussed the fact that Silas is playing into Zoe, which is true. Like I think that is the worst one. Out of all of I don't know if there is a worst one. Like in League.
Yeah.
I think it might just be Zoe.
Zoe is definitely top 5 worst.
Yeah, it's like it's hard because you can't really think from the top of your head of every single champion that has a bad ult to steal. I guess like can you steal Mel ult? That would be bad.
Mal ult?
Mel.
Oh, Mel.
Yeah.
I'm like, Mauritz Muse?
But that's me. Okay, Barrel. Oh,
Do you have an ultimate ability?
Well, according to some, it's pretending caster curses aren't real and does have
you're the best
caster
at
curse.
cursing, yeah, it is true.
They're not real, though, so.
You know, I didn't want to bring it up, but after game 2, you were like, well, I guess it's just a 3-0. You did say that. And here we go. Going in onto Aiming, who is very out of position and might just go down. Gets flashed on and taken out. Raptor lives. And now Barrel might have to pay for the sins of the team as he will go down as well. It's 2 kills in the pocket of BNK.
There we go. Maybe another complaint to follow through here as well. DK should know that this is happening. Trying to deny Raptor access, but look at the vision control here towards the bot side of the map. And the bot lane struggles for DK Continuous. The poke is hitting. TP's coming in. Lucid's in the area.
The bubble's not going to hit. We got Meganar on timing,
so
though.
Low. They will all get one-tapped, and Lucid should have an advantage here if he can get the Q of.
Q is used, but they're not putting in the damage just yet. Lucid in range. Kellen hooking the wall, and Lucid's right here. The dash! Oh, he's going to miss, and the dash gets him away. Lucid outplaying and breaking their ankles, as this one will go into the hands of D plus Kia.
They don't need a bot lane! As Lucid, Showmaker, and Shiu say no to the attempted turnaround of this series from BNK. Starts off with a really nice TP to come through. A double TP, great play on the ward there. They're able to take down aiming immediately. You know, and they actually get to play their melee comp.
Raptor actually flash smited the spell shield so that his stolen Leona ult hits aiming. Can't even blame aiming for that.
Very clean. Okay, Lucid goes in, right? Watch this dash. Dashes away out of the ultimate. Hits the Q. Sunder Sky obviously doing some insane things there, but that was the turning point possibly for BNK. Could have been a kill, a second kill, an Otacon, a gold swing, but instead DK up to a commanding lead now.
And at this point, it's getting there. It's getting...
Chronicler's gonna start gloating about his prediction any second.
Oh no, please. You do it so much already.
It really is one of those things where if you're a viewer that watches like only playoffs, you'll be like, yeah, Chronicler never shuts up about them.
Because you're playing into the meme, they're like...
just believe it.
Yeah.
Who started the meme? Like, this has been going on for years. I don't even remember. Was it Wolf? Was it Max?
I always just assume it's Ox, but I think
no, this was there before.
Too late, yeah. My first instinct, though, was like, it was Ox, 100%, but like, no, it wasn't.
It's always Ox.
I don't know who it was.
I don't know. I don't know when it began. Because at first I fought it, and then at some point I was like, well,
we'll never know.
I guess I can't. Maybe a Twitch chatter knows. Someone out there.
They need a clip, though.
The first time.
All right, IE completed for Vikla. Do they have a chance to come back in this game?
Yeah, remember what I said earlier about Zoe, how she's notoriously, like, when you're behind, the type of champion where you just don't really get to play the game?
But when you're ahead...
You are having a great... If you're Zoe, you are having a great time. Yeah.
Lucid will take these fights 100 out of 100 times.
As is Cleaver done, so does Shiu now. Gonna be an even bigger threat in the side lane.
Ooh. I mean, Raptor's on his game. He did die early on, but you know, he's a level 8 Silas at that time.
Oh yeah, I love this. Bring out the death brush. No one's catching a wave though. They haven't been catching these top waves. I swear. Oh no. Oh no, they're gonna be. They invited them to the party, but they're not showing up. They're just sitting there with the cake.
Party's done. Party's over.
Oh, I can't.
Gotta get back.
That. It's too sad.
Go home. Go home. Well, they're just gonna keep their Tristana top. And keep in mind, this is without Baron. They're just pushing mid and bot at the same time. Gnarled stolen, but no angles to use it.
Oh, Veldis, it's so sad.
And eventually, I mean, yeah, you gotta try to get some engage off. But Kellen, he's just gonna be isolated up against the wall and the bubble, and he will have to flash away. That is Raptor, of course. Kellen goes in and just dies. Looks like DK might just have it. That damage is insane from the Zoe. So we might be seeing more of this as playoffs comes along, as Clear is actually gonna help Diablo get the kill. Still a chance, I suppose, but not looking very good. D plus Kia backing away and playing it safe from 7,000 gold ahead.
And that's just gonna be 2 inhibs taken out, meaning that Baron should be certain. You just can't vision, you can't check. There's just no way to regain any vision against this composition. And we kind of knew we would know who was going to take control of this game, but DK is really pushing as much as they can here. As I actually like this, very aggressive on Raptor so he doesn't get a good ult angle, and then there the attempt from Kellen, I actually like it. He's trying to get aiming, right? If he gets the hook on the aiming, I don't think the follow-up would have been there, but they can see the angle. You're in a moment of desperation. Maybe Vikla can get on top of the Sivir, but he hooks Shiu, and Shiu isn't really that bothered even as Mininar Beryl definitely is Beryl as Diablo. You're such a gamer, man.
Yep.
Just arcane shifting in front of his body, but Beryl can just go in on anything now.
Yeah, he is that tanky. And the bubble's gonna land. The Q is absolutely gonna paddle him in the face as in he goes. Lucid not quite able to get the angle though with the kick. Kicks Diablo away, follows the Q, is very much alone as the Battlestar is going to miss as well. And down will go Lucid. Beryl extremely low himself. Vikla just hopping away. Diablo gonna get exhausted. So you're thinking about it. The flash on in and the auto from the side of Showmaker gets the kill. Make it 2. As Kellen make it 3. DK may have just done it as Raptor is going to be zoned out of this one, and it looks like they might just look for the Baron.
I think they have to go top. I don't actually think they can do an Ashe because they don't have Lucid yet. They could start it up though, but the health bars are kind of low. Showmaker still looking, so I think they get top turret into base, into just doing the Nash. Might provide an opportunity here for BNK though to at least regain some composure. And as long as the Nexus is not down, BNK is in this series, okay? This is still Rise Group. DK,
they have double AD carry, you know?
Definitely starting to show some of those classic DK traits as they get a ginormous chunk onto Raptor here. But Lucid has been, I think, very aggressive here today. Really nicely done by Diablo there. Good timing on the flash to ensure that he gets kicked out. Then Lucid takes that play. Funnily enough, if he kills Raptor there, like maybe between Triumph and another Sundered Skybrock, he's fine. But instead, he just ends up going down. Vigla distracts a lot of people, does a good job there. But Diablo doesn't have his sum, so Showmaker does just kind of blow him up. But because the inhibs are already down, there isn't really anything to play for DK. I do imagine that they're going to play towards Baron next. We'll have to see. This Dragon, though, is a no-brainer. But, you know, if the gold lead stays at this time, around this space, and I think the real issue is they can't afford to give up Nash. When you're getting sieged by Zoe Sivir and they have Nash, you just, with your composition especially.
Just hit that FF.
Yeah, it's not fun. But they also can't walk up, because I want you to look at their vision.
Well, they saw it with the Ezreal.
They will know, but will it matter? This has got to be the Hail Mary.
I mean, the
tournament lives on the line here.
They're just gonna try to send it. Bubble walked over by Kellen. Raptors running in, and DK, they're playing it safe. They're hopping away. The bubble gonna hit Diablo, and the follow-up is there for Showmaker. The one-shot gets the Ezreal, but now Showmaker is very out of position, but they get the Tristana as well, and I think that should just be enough. Down goes Kellen, and down goes Clear. Eventually, there it is. Kill goes over to Shiu, and that will be D plus Kia moving on to the next round of the Gauntlet.
And the rematch between DK and T1 is on. It was a 5-game banger. We were hoping for one today. But despite that resurgence in Game 4, this is where BNK, their season ends. No shot at an LCK title. No shot at making Worlds. It's DK. 3-1 victory here today.
A clean Rise Group victory. 3-1, giving BNK just a little bit of hope. Just a little bit in that game number 3, and then eventually proving that they are the team that is just able to get it done in a best of 5. They lost the last time around, so they get their revenge, and now they're going to look for yet another revenge arc up against T1, who did, of course, knock them down here to the lower brackets.
And the narrative there write themselves. Beryl versus Keria. Showmaker versus Faker. Going to be an unbelievable match, as this is the end of the season for BNK. There were moments in this year that I think even this placement would have seemed impossible. They really turned it around towards the end.
Yeah.
I think despite having a lackluster best of 5 here today, a breakout year for Diablo. Shiu, maybe might end up getting POM here today. I think it's a topside vote. I don't know who is going to end up getting it. Showmaker after the Zoe game could very well be it. But I think when you look at the series as a whole, for me, Shiu was the standout. I think
it's got to be Shiu.
He was amazing.
It's got to be Shiu.
In every single game. Even the game that they didn't end up winning, his Jace, obviously the overextension at the top wasn't great, but he was a big win condition before that.
And he was carrying on Sion, and
he was. That did happen.
On Mbessa in game 1, I feel like if you look at the whole series, it's got to be the no-brainer, but we'll see where the votes go.
The biggest thing that scares me, also because it gives Atlas too much power, is that I think that Barrel's been doing a lot better.
That is very dangerous. I'm glad you pointed out.
We need to be aware.
I don't know what he can do with that much power. As it was a really nice play here from Raptor to get in and, pop the spell shield, and they got another kill, but another Otacon claims yet another team chronicler.
That it does, but this one I can forgive, because I think BNK had to, right? After that earlier setup that they found, knowing that they were behind, you have to try and play towards it, even though it doesn't quite end up working out. But I want to, again, for BNK, the fact that they made it here in the first place was impressive. But the thing that, if we go back to the beginning of the year, do remember when Raptor was announced to be the starter, right? We're like, are you sure about that? Wheeler had actually had, I think, a pretty good year last year. I think at the end of this year, no one is going to be doubting him anymore.
No, yeah.
We all are, right?
Yeah.
Just been such a cool year for the jungler. A big leader for the team as well. But DK and might see some Showmaker votes because of that as well. The biggest difference maker is games where Showmaker is online didn't look close. The game where he wasn't was the one where BNK was having the best time, but what a setup for tomorrow's series, Valdez.
It's going to be gigantic. I mean, the team there moves on to the next rung and also goes to Worlds. So it's an insane amount on the line in that Thursday matchup.
It's not only, it's as you're saying, it's the double whammy. You get to punch your ticket, which again, T1 two-time world champion DK have gone to Worlds 6 years consecutively.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then the winner of that faces off against Gen G is BNK. Final attempt here. I do think still, development for this team has been great. Their drafts, particularly in playoffs, have been such a big step up. But falling here at the final hurdle with a 3-1 loss against DK.
Let's take a look at the player of the match. And it will be Lucid, actually, as he also did have great performances. And obviously had a sick Lee Sin game here in game 4.
I'm never going to hear the end of it, am I?
Yeah, the Lucid fan club president didn't vote for Lucid.
Yeah, I would have been fine with any topside vote. I think those three were the main character here today. You're not.
Yeah, but you voted for Shiyu, so...
I did vote for Shiyu.
Yeah, I would have voted for Shiyu as well. If you gave me like 5 votes, I would have put them all on Shiyu. But it is what it is. Lucid definitely had some flashy plays. He had some good games as well. And certainly does deserve some of that love.
I'm not going to complain about the Lucid POM Val.
Yeah.
Come on now.
No, it's
Come
fine.
on.
It's fine.
Come on.
It's fine.
It's good. It's good. I just hope Ox didn't vote it, because then...
He definitely did. He's probably sitting there like...
Actually, it's fine now, because I'm giving him the reins of the fan club anyway.
True.
So I'm not bothered.
True.
As a Barrel and Lucid going to be making their way over here for the interview. And yeah, Barrel actually, like the Leona game was... That's glimpses of old Barrel.
He's still got it in him.
Yeah, sometimes.
Still has the ability to turn it on when it matters most. And
it's an optimistic interpretation, but it's true.
In an elimination match against T1, Barrel, I think he's really going to try to turn it on. I think he's going to be the best Barrel.
I'm just so happy I'm not casting. I'll be on the desk. I can watch in agony.
Me too. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's go over to that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the post-match interview translation, joined by Lucid, the POM, and Beryl on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! Lucid, with that 3-1, you get to continue your playoffs run. How do you feel? You know, this was our last chance, and this means that if we lost, our season would be coming to an end, and I just didn't really want my vacation to start. And I really wanted to continue my run, so we really wanted this win badly, and I'm just really glad that we were able to continue our run. Yes, losing meant elimination. So, what did you play with? What mindset did you play with, Beryl? No, given that we were put in this situation, I think any team that had more confidence would advance, and that's the type of mindset that I had. And in the latest plans, you were against BNK FureX and lost in a 5-game series, but today was a 3-1 victory. So, what do you think made the difference today? So back then, I feel like I didn't play very well, particularly myself, and I think I was able to play better than before back then. So I think that was what really was the difference. And Beryl, the enemy Bob Diablo Kellen duo. So shutting their aggression down was the key. So whether it was draft or gameplay, what did you focus on? You know, Diablo is such an aggressive player. But our veterans in our team has a deep champion pool, so we try to utilize that as much as possible. And Lucid, you know, lately, Kiana Jungle is trending. And it's an undefeated pick in the LPL, but it has yet to get a win in the LCK. So as a person to utilize Kiana Jungle in the LCK, the first one, what are your thoughts on her? Honestly, I think Kiana's really good. I feel like out of 30 solo queue games, I would usually win 20 games with Kiana. So I feel like she's still very good and viable. So it looks like you will be the one to end the losing streak with her. Yeah, I think our fans are definitely looking forward to me winning with Kiana. So I will make that happen. And in game 2, it looks like Ziggs. The value of Ziggs has been surging. So what is your read on Ziggs? I feel like there are a lot of different picks that we are seeing because of the Fearless draft, and I think Ziggs, out of those options, it just happens to be a really good pick in the current meta. And for game 4, you guys picked red side, so what was crucial in the draft? Now, I think by game 4, I didn't think it was very useful for us to go with blue side, so we have to just think about getting the most out of the red side at that point. And Beryl, it looks like you were actually also a nominee for POM, and it looks like you are also seem to be at the top of your form. So what do you think? Honestly, today, I think I was able to focus and I was really warmed up. Whenever I am focused and concentrated, I actually feel really hot, and I feel like today was that day. And Lucid, we had a really cool highlight from you with your Lee Sin, so let's take a look at the replay. As soon as the Nautilus wasted hook, you went in. So what angle were you looking for? Honestly, this was really just my intuition. I think we were really good on the spell check, so we knew that the enemy didn't have flash. So that spell check actually paid off the most. And Lucid just says, God of teamfight. Wow. Do you agree with that, Beryl? Honestly, I was too busy calming, so I didn't really hear that. But honestly, yeah, I think the way he dodged the Gnar ult was pretty impressive. Yeah, I actually didn't even realize that he was saying he was the god of teamfight. There's another occasion to celebrate. Beryl, in game 1, you reached 5,000 LCK assists. Let's hear it for Beryl. What an incredible milestone. As a 7-year LCK support, what other milestones do you want to hit? I think for my personal records, as long as I can play, I'm sure I will get there. But I feel like my top priority is for my team to perform and score higher. And now that you've survived another day, you'll be in the lower bracket round 2 against T1. So Are you confident in this challenge, Lucid? You know, even last year, we actually went to Worlds by defeating T1, and I feel like we're at a really good point where we're pretty confident. We're feeling quite good. So yeah, I think we'll be able to make it. What about you, Beryl? I feel like, last time we lost against BNK FearX and we couldn't advance, but this time around we want to make sure that we win against T1 to go ahead and make it to Worlds. And that's the end of the interview with Lucid and Beryl. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is D plus Kia moving on in the 2025 Woori Bank LCK Playoffs. It also means we bid farewell to BNK FearX. A valiant performance, especially in the second half of the season by the Fearless Foxes, but they fall short of making it to Inspire Arena and fighting for that LCK crown.
Bit of a shame because I feel like we got that good game from them and we saw some of that spark, some of that life, but just not able to bring, I would say, that same level we saw with them, not able to repeat that performance against D+, but D+ really locking in and very deserving of going forward on this journey through playoffs.
I just didn't like the idea that the BNK had for today because they tried to pick their bot lane in the earlier phase of the draft, and I think that kind of blocks everything from them because they couldn't have the good matchup on the top side because they didn't have many picks, and also on the bot side they already showed up their picks, so they got counterpicked. So I think just in general, DK had a really good draft setup here.
Yeah, let's get to the comments though for our victorious D plus Kia. It was Lucid taking this one away as the casters for the English side all thought Shiwu had a great performance over multiple games, but you play good on Lee Sin, you have those flashy plays, and you get a lot of those votes here. So let's get to our comments. So we'll start with our English broadcast homies here. What did you see here from Shiwu?
I mean, as the real game kicks off, Shiwu finally starts to show some interest, I think, to be fair, his regular split performance was not on point. Like, he was struggling a lot in the laning phase. Even if he was in the Rise group, I think he was not competitive enough. But right now, he's definitely a winning plan for DK. He was actually good on Ambessa and also the frontline Sion as well. In the last game, Nar didn't show up some good ults, but still, he was smashing in the laning phase.
Yep, I obviously went for Shiwu as well, and I just think it's cool. Obviously didn't win Rookie of the Split. Actually was lowest when it came to those votes, but he is now the last rookie standing out of those three who are up for contention for that. And I think it's really shown up when it has come to these play-ins and playoff performances, and it had a massive impact when it came to that. I remember, as you said, like the Ambessa catching out Diablo with that critical ultimate, starting off in game one and just really having some good momentum.
Yeah, and if we just take a sneaky peek forward at the next series, he played pretty well against Doran in their playoff series earlier last week. Let's see what else that we had here from the former head of the Real Lucid fan club voting for Shiwu. I hope you can show everyone your skills at World.
Yeah, when I saw that Lucid got POM, I was like, well, of course Chronicler would have voted for Lucid, but apparently not. So you can draw your own conclusions about that. Yeah, I don't really know what more to say. I just thought I'd point it out.
All right, let's see what else that our analyst had to say about it. Here's the Real fan club. I've been watching Lucid since his Challenge days, and his Lee Sin is pure class. Even Gogo.
There you go. There it is. There's the Lucid fan club president.
Tony, shame on you.
Right there.
We got the new president here.
Yeah, it's not Chronicler.
Yeah, Helios saying people born in the year of Rooster are just good at League.
And there is the Lucid fan club vice president who knows these critical facts about Lucid. It's just, you love to see it. You love to see it.
I guess that also means Helios Nim's a little old as well, right? 12 years older, so that they're the same sign? All right. A little of self-report there. Also, Cloud Templar coming on here with Lucid vote saying, this is just the beginning, break through the gates. And here's our final one from Pony, the greatest hero of D+, it's Lucid.
He's been making some good performances for them, you know?
That's a little bit of a stretch. I think there's a couple of heroes that have won a couple world championships, both for that organization before, but okay, you know, it's all right.
Yeah, you know, that's valid.
It was a 3-1 victory for D plus Kia in the do or die match against B&K FearX. They get past round 1 and have their date for a rematch against T1. As that's right, 3-1 Andy's Rejoice, myself, Gogo, Cloud Templar, Cronny, and there's someone who wasn't even right. It's so great. Do you see how gray that is, Wadid? I can't see it.
I can't really see his name.
Wolf as well. Oh, no.
Everyone knows predictions don't really matter till the finals anyway. So get over yourselves. You know, these are just for fun predictions.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta defend him. Like, because it was actually unpredictable performance from BNK, you know, like...
But was it unpredictable when 1, 2, 3, 4 of us got it right? And what did you also got it right with G-Sun and Pony and Atlas in terms of who won?
I mean, I was expecting more exciting match, to be fair, you know, but it was kind of one-sided after game 1.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. That's true.
Even the coin's right 50% of the time, D-Gon.
All right. All right. Well, here's a look at the updated playoff bracket. Down on the bottom side of the bracket, the gauntlet continues tomorrow. It's not pushed to Saturday. It's tomorrow. T1 versus D+. D+ got to get back on that horse, get back in the stadium, wash those jerseys, especially because Beryl was so hot. He was sweating all in it and has to go up against the reigning world champions in T1 to continue in our LCK playoff and play for that spot of Worlds.
It's a tough gauntlet, honestly. It is a tough battle, and I feel like D+, they've obviously won today with a great performance, but it does not stop now.
I'm already struggling to find out what's my prediction for tomorrow. Like, actually, I gotta think about it.
Spoil it.
I gotta go with 3-2 DK.
Whoa! Spoiled! But of course, he can change his mind or whatever he wants because he's going to put it in together. Okay, he says it's fixed. I gave you an out, Wadid, and you did not take it. That's on you. Wadid predicted 3-2 D+. Clip it, ship it. We will see you guys in less than 24 hours for the second round of the lower bracket playoffs. Until then, on behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. One more time, 3-1 for D+ over B&K FearX. We'll see you tomorrow for the second elimination match.
makes me stronger.